Hi, my name is Len Thompson. I'm the president of Cold Steel Incorporated and the chief instructor of our knife fighting training program. Over the last 10 years, I've spent an enormous amount of time sparring with my training partners in order to develop a method of fighting where we can cut and stab our opponent without being injured in the process. In the following instruction, I'm going to cover our basic long-range knife fighting program. But before we get started, I want to cover the following. The first is the 3 ranges a knife fight can occur in. Second are the types of knives you may find in the hands of an opponent and their advantages and disadvantages. Third is why your fighting knife must be both strong and sharp. Fourth is what your actual goal should be in a knife fight. And following this, we will go into a discussion of how to grip the fighting knife. There's a number of different grips that you can use. In this volume, we're going to concentrate on footwork. The first thing I'm going to teach you is our basic on-guard fighting stance. Then I'm going to cover the mistakes a lot of people make when they try to assume this stance. And then we're going to go into actual footwork drills and techniques that'll help develop you into a superior knife fighter. Remember, there are no great knife fighters that don't have great footwork. In this third volume, I want to teach you how to use the point and edge of your fighting knife so that you can take maximum advantage of it when you're actually in the street and having to use your blade. The first thing I'm going to start with is the point itself, and I'm going to teach you how to rake with it, then how to use the speed jab, the straight thrust, the power thrust, and the épée thrust. And then I'm going to conclude this section with how to use your point in elliptical, looping, or circular stabbing motions. Then I'm going to go on to teaching you how to use the edge. The first thing we're going to start with is the slash, then the cut, then the chop, then the hack, then the snap cut, then the vertical whip, and finally conclude this with sawing, which is seldom taught. Then I'm going to go into the 12 angles of attack, how you can recognize these angles and how to use them both offensively and defensively. In this fourth volume, I want to concentrate on defense. The first thing we're going to teach is defensive footwork. Then we're going to teach how to use your knife to counter slash and stop your opponent's blows. Then I'm going to teach you how to avoid cuts and slashes at your knife hand. And then I'm going to go into using your empty hand or a live hand defensively. And finally, I'm going to finish with the study of my, which is the study of judging distance. In volume 5, we're going to concentrate on offense. The first thing I'm going to teach you is how to recognize the many openings your opponent's going to give you in his stance and his fighting method. Then we're going to move into how to create openings yourself, what you can do to make an opening or an opportunity in your opponent's defense so that you can land a telling attack. And finally, we're going to go into strategy, some of our basic fighting strategies that we want you to employ as a long-range knife fighter. In volume 6, our final volume, the first thing we're going to do is go through quite a number of different training drills that will build the attributes you need to start sparring with a partner. Then I'm going to go into actual sparring drills that you can practice with your training partner to improve your overall knife fighting ability. So let's start training. Anthony has just finished doing a fantastic job teaching the basics of how to oppose another sword, saber, or cutlass with yours in the classic Western method, being very combative instead of sport-oriented. I love to fight, and I don't consider myself, as I've said, a competitive fencer, a sport fencer, if you will. I'm a sword fighter. And now what I want to do is I want to teach you some of the things that I've learned in over 24 years of fighting with edged weapons that will stand you in good stead if you ever have to fight with a saber or a cutlass for your life. If you have to defend your life or your loved ones for real, these are the things that have helped me be successful fighting with all types of edged weapons. And the first thing I want to talk about is the Filipino triangle, both the female and male. What we have here on the floor is some long strips of tape, and they form a giant X. What I want you to do is get in your on-guard position with your front foot right in the center of that X, right where my saber tip is, okay? And come on guard, and it's helpful if you can do this in front of a mirror. And what I want you to do is I want you to push off on your rear foot and step forward on the female triangle. The female triangle is open or welcoming, and we're going to step forward to our right, push off, take a step forward. What we want to do is get off, what we call get off line. I want you to get off line and then turn back into your opponent. Now, if we were fighting in the classic manner, I'd step here and I'd turn around and come back on guard in a really good position. Sometimes you're so rushed you can't do that. Don't worry about it. It's often more important to get offline and get superior position than it is to be in an absolutely classic saber defensive offensive posture. So I'd rather you make the step and take the angle than be in an absolute perfect position when you come down. I'd rather you be on balance when you come down than to be in a classic beautiful position, okay? The main thing when you're doing this is to vacate that forward pressure. Get out of the way of that, whatever forward pressure is coming at you. And I don't care, it could be from a saber, a pipe wrench, a piece of pipe, or a baseball bat. I want you to go forward on the female triangle, diagonally forward like this, and take that angle on them. And it'll oftentimes put you in a really good position to counter from. Look at many people that may oppose you with a saber or cutlass are classically trained. They fence on a fencing strip. It's about 3 feet wide, and they're not really allowed to make very many motions laterally, or they'll be disqualified. So most of the action is straight forward and straight back. Get used to stepping on the angle, okay? You can use this defensively. I can pick up my opponent's weapon and respond, and it gets me in a position when I step forward that I have an opening to go into, to flow into, because I took an angle. If you watch boxing on television, you're bound to hear the announcer say, he needs to take an angle. He needs to get off line, take the angle on the guy so he's coming past the guy's center line. You don't always want to pose your opponent right here, face to face. Lots of times it's better to take an angle on him. It's the same thing when you're fighting with an edged weapon like a saber or cutlass. Quite often, you're better to move to the side, take that angle. And like I said, it translates into opposing all kinds of weapons other than the saber and cutlass. So here's how I want you to drill it. Like I said, get here, lined up in front of a mirror, on guard. Push off with your rear leg, that's your spring. Take a step and recover. Now, notice when I take this step, this back leg is going to pivot around a little bit so I can get my sword in front of my body. You always want to make him go through your saber. So when you step from here, don't leave your saber out here. Swing around. Get it in front of you where he has to pass through the point and edge of your blade to get to your body. It's a huge barrier to him. Make him always have to deal with this first. Now, when we go to the other side, you're going to drive forward and step this way. This foot's going to come and turn back, and you're going to come back on guard. So, to go forward on your left, if you're right-handed, you're going to step this way and turn and come on guard. Let's try it again. Step forward, turn, come on guard. Now, sometimes, as I said, you're going to act defensively. I may come over here, pick up his blade, and riposte. All right? So, I'll give you another way to practice this, just to build your footwork. Discard your sword for a moment. Stand here like this at the middle of this triangle here, and step, and step, and step, and step, and step, and get used to the footwork. I do this in my own training every single day. I practice this. Practice it. Practice it. Practice it. Then, when you pick up your saber, it's a lot more natural to do this and to go to the other side. It's much more natural to do this when you've done it tens of thousands of times. When someone's putting pressure on you, you can easily flit out to the side when you've done it 10,000 times. It's not a burden to move that way. If all you've ever done is practice going forward and backwards, moving laterally, or diagonally rather, is going to be very unnatural to you. Now, to move to the rear, you do the same thing. I'm going to reach back with this front leg, and I'm going to pivot around. So, what I'm going to do for my on-guard stance is I'm going to reach back with my front leg. As that touches down, I'm going to pull this one and get back behind my saber. Now, remember, when you do this, you have to be prepared to attack or defend when you touch down and come on balance. And you also quite often do this. You may be acting defensively as you move. I may pick up his stroke here, even as I move backwards. To go to the other side, it's a little easier. All you're going to do is push off on your front leg, reach, and turn back so that you're facing your opponent and your saber's in front. To go to my left, rear diagonally, I'm going to push off on my front leg, step, and make a slight adjustment step so that my blade is in front of me, facing my opponent. And again, I want to reiterate, as you move, you may have to act defensively and be ready to riposte. That's how you use the male and female triangle. In a moment, I'm going to call Anthony in to help me illustrate how you can use stepping on the female and male triangle to get yourself out of danger when you're fighting with your saber and cutlass. It's super useful, and if you get a good training partner and you practice the drills we're going to show you, I think you'll find that it'll really help you a lot and give you lots of opportunities to score and take out your opponent with very little risk to yourself. So I'm going to call Anthony in. And what I want you to do is to get in the middle of your X that you've taped on the floor like this. All we've done is we've just switched to a different direction, and our X is a little wider than normal, but it'll still work. So one person's going to be the offense. In this case, it'll be Anthony. The other person is going to be the defender, which will be me. Okay? What I want you to do is when Anthony thrusts, I want you to step forward. Hang on, Anthony. When Anthony thrusts, I want you to step forward on the female triangle, diagonally forward. As you do that, you're going to defend. So go ahead and thrust, Anthony. As I defend, I've got his entire arm open for my riposte. So I'll drop on his hand, his forearm, his bicep, his head. Any of those targets will be really juicy. I would usually tend to take his hand first. Bang. If I cut that out of his hand, now it's up to my morality what happens after that. So I could come over here and just slap him like that if I wanted to, and teach him a lesson, knock him away, and preserve his life. Or I could come in here and put the point in his face, which would be a lot more lethal, a lot more damaging. Okay. You can also go forward on the opposite side. So on the female triangle, what you're going to do when Anthony thrusts again, I want you to step forward diagonally. As you do that, get prepared to defend. Now, right here, I feel like I'm loaded perfectly for a wrap stroke that I'm going to teach you in just a moment. Bang! I'm going to wrap him in the face with the back of my saber and just collapse the side of his face. Crack. I'm going to come down here if he hasn't dropped that, and I'm going to insert my point. All that I got because I moved forward on the female triangle. If I stayed here like this and he thrust again, I may not had all those good juicy targets with the same angle that allowed me to attack him better. When you're way off to the side and somebody thrusts and you get all this stuff, you don't have his saber or his weapon in the way, and it's a lot easier to attack them, and you get more power. It just feels more natural. You have more secondary targets. So moving forward, either on either side, to your right or to your left, you can move forward defensively. When he thrusts, you can move forward defensively. Now, the highest and best use of the female triangle, though, is to make him totally miss with his thrust. Now, I admit, to sidestep a thrust from a fighter of Anthony's caliber or even my caliber is difficult. But not everybody you're going to fight is going to be a world-class fighter. Most people don't have anywhere near the training that we do in how to use a saber or a cutlass or any edged weapon. So you will have quite a bit of success stepping forward on the female triangle and totally avoiding their thrusts or even their cutting attacks. So I'm going to illustrate this again. When Anthony thrusts, I'm going to step forward and engage him right in the face. So I'm going to make his blade miss and go right directly to his face with cutting from my wrist primarily. Okay? Now you can go on the other side too. It's a little bit more difficult because his blade's already over on this line. So you have to step a little further out to avoid that thrust. And I have to take a little smaller target. Let's try that again. I have to step further and then get back behind my blade. So you've got to go push forward. You've got to gather yourself, drive forward as he goes, and pick that up. Now, come back, get behind your blade. Don't just stay there. Now, you can use the male triangle in a similar fashion. What I want you to do is, let's move over just a tad. What I want you to do when he enters to attack is you're going to give ground backwards. Don't go yet. You're going to go back on that male triangle. You're going to step back. So you're going to step back, defend, and be prepared to riposte. So when he goes with his thrust, I'm going to step back and get my riposte off. One more time, and get my riposte off. And get my riposte off, just like that. You can go to the opposite way. I can go backwards to my left. It's a little easier when he goes, and get my riposte. Just like that. Make your parry, pick the hand up, take the head. Okay? Now, when he makes big sweeping cuts, you can do the same thing. Just wait, Anthony, I want to explain. When you see somebody load up to hit you forehand or backhand, quite often you can move to a better position on the female triangle to defend and attack from. As someone's cutting forehand, the greatest amount of force is right here in front. And it starts to decrease as it crosses past their center line and goes over towards their hip. So if Anthony's going to take a big swing with his saber, if I move forward here, I've got a lot more time to read that attack and to counter. It also gets me behind his power curve. If I stand right here in front, I'm right in the middle of his power curve. But if I move forward here, I'm inside his curve. And it leaves me in lots of good spots to attack him from. So there's a couple ways to practice this. I like to come here, move in, and take him. Let's say he cuts backhand with a big swing. Step forward, cut. Now look at me. I'm not really behind my blade. I'm standing kind of square to him. As soon as I get this hit, I'll probably come back here and start working to get behind my blade, because maybe he'll come through. Maybe my cut isn't effective, and I'll have to come again, and again, and again, and again. So it's really important that no matter what you do, you end up behind your blade, because you never know if your riposte is going to be successful, if it's going to stop the encounter. You can, again, let's go one more time. You can step forward against that big swing, here, and riposte. You can step to the other side, here. Now, this is where it's critical. I'm standing almost square to him. I have to get back behind my blade. I get my point there, and I get another chance right here as he goes through again. Get behind your blade. You don't have to be perfectly classically aligned in a perfect on-guard stance. It can be off a little bit. You can have a little slack in it, but make sure your sword's in front and that you're dominating the center line. Now, you can move backwards on the male triangle. Come over a little bit, Anthony. He can take a big swing forehand at you, and you can step and riposte. We're going quite slowly so you can see what's happening. Or you can do the same thing and get totally out of the way. Okay? Cut forehand again. I'll come here and totally make him miss. Now, from here, I just lunge and put my point in, right into his face. Okay? So you can totally make him miss, or you can come back here on a forehand and get more time to read that in defense. Now from here, because he's overstruck again, I'll go to his hand easily and right underneath his arm with a lunge and take him out. You can do the same thing to the other side. I can totally make him miss, pick his hand up in his face, or I can come here, get more time to read the attack, and riposte to his face. So moving at the angles, both on the female and male triangle, can really stand you in good stead in a sword fight. I don't care if you're fighting a saber, a piece of pipe, a baseball bat. You need to learn how and get very comfortable, no matter what he does, to move at an angle. I don't care if he cuts backhand from here, and I move at an angle, and I just work him over, okay? I can come backwards on the male triangle, here, and riposte, stick it right into his chest. Or on the other side, here. Now, right there I have him, okay? It gives you more time, especially against big, violent swings. If he's swinging really hard, it's hard to hold your mud and just stand still and receive it on your saber. Yeah, it's really strong, and you'll probably be safe, but I tell you, from experience, you'll be much happier moving on the male or female triangle. Earlier, Anthony touched on the replacement step as a defensive footwork maneuver. And I really liked this teaching, and now I want to add on it and give you a little extra teaching on the importance of the replacement step and show you a slight variation. Normally, when you use a replacement step, you're trying to get your leg out of danger or the forwardmost part of your body, usually your sword, knife, stick hand, out of the way. So what you do is you pull your leg back, touch down, and come back. That works against a knife. It'll probably work against a monkey wrench or a short tomahawk or some other short weapon. But a saber's blade is 32 inches long. Sometimes a single replacement step won't get you out of danger, especially against attacks at your hand. The saber and the cutlass blade is so long that you don't move far enough to get out of the reach. In that case, what I want you to do is I want you to take a step backwards first and then execute the replacement step and go into your counterattack. So what it looks like is this. You step, step, and recover. So you push back, that's your first step. Then your replacement step, and then your recovery. On your recovery from here, be really on red alert for the opportunity to land your counterattack. Quite often, as I'm going to teach later, you have a super opportunity against attacks on your hand to counter when you use this step and replacement step. So when I push back and I replace right about here, his arm's extended, I can drop on his hand, take his hand, and continue my attack. So what I want you to do is get in front of a mirror. Look in that mirror, come on guard, and practice this step and replacement step. Push back, replace, touch down, and come back on guard. One more time. You're going to push back first. Use a replacement step. Most of the weight's still here on your front leg. Touch down and come forward. As you come forward, be ready to attack. Now I'm going to illustrate the step and replacement step with Anthony. I'm going to call him in here in just a moment. And what I want to do here is show you how you can use the step and replacement step as a defense against attacks at your hand and at your legs. And also how you can practice with a partner to build this skill. If you practice with your partner again and again and again this drill, it'll almost be instinctive. So when somebody attacks your hand, without thinking, you'll step, replace, and drop. And it'll happen seamlessly. Okay? I'm going to have Anthony come out. Anthony's going to come on guard. And he's going to attack my hand with a thrust. Before he goes, though, I want you to remember what you're going to do when you see that thrust at your hand is you're going to step and replace as he comes forward, and then you're going to come back with your recovery and land on his hand. So when he comes at my hand, I'm going to give, drop on his hand, and continue my attack. One more time, I'm going to go real slow. Step, replace, drop, attack. Let's try it again. I'm going to let him hit my hand right there. Bang, there he took my arm. Now let's go into my hand. There goes my hand, okay? When you see that, give, drop, and riposte, just like that. Get out of the way. Move first, drop, and riposte. As you can see, sometimes this point slips off the curved mask, but you get the drift. You get this point in your eye, you're done. Now I want to show you how to use this step and replacement step against attacks at your leg. It's very similar. All you're going to do is when he comes in and attack at your leg, let's say he cuts, let's wait for a second, Anthony. Let's say he cuts backhand at my knee. So when he cuts backhand, I'm going to step and let that come past. I'm going to drop right here on his wrist. Now, I've got his armpit perfect. I've got his face perfect. He's totally exposed. What this does is when you make somebody miss with a step and replacement step, it gives you a broad menu for your counterattack. He's wide open. So let's just see that cut again. Drop and impale him, just like that. Get out of the way. Get that leg. Now I'm going to stand still. Just come slowly. This is what it looks like. Bang. He takes my leg. Now, with the step and replacement step, I give ground and I take it back, just like that, with my riposte in the face. That's how you use it against your leg. If he cuts forehand at the inside of my leg, it's the same thing. Let him go past, drop, and put your point in. Now, a lot of experienced saber fencers won't take the leg attack because they're coming underneath your blade. But lots of people aren't near as experienced, and they will attack your legs. If I'm here in my on-guard position, some people will try to reach underneath my blade to attack my leg. And I'll replace step like that and stab them. That's how you get out. So one of the greatest defenses that leaves you in a good spot to counter is to step and replace me. He cuts backhand and drop and counter. He cuts forehand and counter, just like that. Get that whole leg out of the way. With a long blade, if I'm slow and he cuts, I may not make it, or I might just barely make it. If I push back first and take a step and then do my replacement step, I almost always will escape and still have a really good opportunity to counter. Practice this again and again. Show respect to your partner. Also, sometimes it's helpful to actually stand still and let your partner make contact with your leg. So when you see how close he gets realistic attacks. Now have him do it and make sure that you're being realistic in your leg replacement. All right? But practice this a bunch. You'll be glad you did. Earlier in this presentation, Anthony gave you the basics on how to use the point and the edge of your saber. Now I want to add to your repertoire and teach you some new tricks. The first one I want to teach you is the wrap. And what we're going to do with the wrap is we're going to hit with the back of the blade, from the tip about 7 inches down the back of the blade. It helps if this edge is sharpened, but you can still use it if it's not. This stroke generates quite a bit of power, and it can be quite disconcerting if you land it on an opponent. At the worst, it's going to, at the worst, it's going to knock him into next week, and at the worst, it's going to cave in the side of his head. So it can be very effective, and it's really worth having in your bag of tricks. Now I'm going to call Anthony in here as I continue to explain. Just wait right there, Anthony. When you execute this wrap, what you're going to do is you're going to drive the back of the blade right here into the target, your a desired target. You're going to drive that through and back towards yourself. So it's going to come like this. Now, you have to be careful. If you miss sometimes, you can pull this thing back into yourself. On the high line, you could, if he steps back, you can miss and drive your own saber into your face. So sometimes you may want to duck underneath your blade if you're going really hard. That's something for you to experiment with, a way to control this. So I'm going to make sure Anthony's all geared up here. And what I'm going to have to do, I'm going to illustrate this very slowly. When he thrusts at me, I'm going to step out like this, forward a little bit on the female triangle. Now watch. look where my blade is. It's in perfect position to do this. I can use the power of this hip and these legs to launch that right on the side of his head. Crack right here. As his head goes here, I'll drop down here, and look at this. I'm set to skewer him right there as I push him away with my point. Okay? This is very effective, and it's unexpected. It sometimes, depending on where you're at in the fight, it's faster to use. Sometimes, let's say you cut backhand this time. I step here, again, right here. I have to turn my wrist to hit with my edge. When I defend this way, all I do is that. Thunk, right in the side of his head, right there. I drop, get control, bat at him. Push down and away. Come back, get behind my sword. Maybe I wasn't effective. You're going to hear me say this dozens and dozens of times. There's some basic truths in fighting, period. One is you stay behind your weapon. If you have my knife fighting tapes, you'll hear me say endlessly, get behind your knife. I'm going to say the same thing about the sword because it's an eternal truth in fighting with any kind of a weapon. Your body needs to be behind it. Don't get even with it. Keep your body behind it. So always keep that in mind. Now, you can use this wrap to different targets. Sometimes, let's say again, you cut a backhand at me. From here, I can come in here across his neck and just drag it across and rip his neck open. All right? I might be able to come again. From here, I can target that arm and break his arm. Maybe I don't want to cut his arm off. Maybe I just want to break his arm. There's maybe situations where you don't want to use maiming or lethal force. Okay? But this wrap is very versatile. From here at the head, let's say he cuts forehand. It's a little bit more difficult to get that off. Sometimes from this position, you're better off to just stick in the point. But again, maybe you just want to knock him out. From here, maybe I just knock his face sideways like that. Come back and slap him again. Okay? The wrap gives you options. It's a change-up. I'm not saying you're going to use it all the time, or it's the primary way to use your edge or your saber, but it's a great change-up. Add it to your repertoire. So far in this presentation, Anthony and I have taught you how to use the point and the primary edge and the back of your blade, or the flat edge back here. We've taught you how to utilize all of those offensively and defensively. Now I want to teach you how to use the flat of your blade also. To slap with the saber can be a really alternatively good way to strike. It gives you another option. You can hurt to a degree by slapping. And I'm going to just give you a few instances on how you can use this slap and what it looks like. I'm going to call Anthony out here. And I'm going to have him put his helmet on and come on guard. When Anthony comes on guard, he has a barrier of steel between himself and his torso. I want to get this out of the way so I can take this. Now, he's already taught you how to perform a beat. You can just beat his blade out of the way. I want to show you how to slap his blade out of the way. What you're going to do with the slap is you have to set this up now. Seldom from this on guard position will I be in a position to slap hard enough to move that. But as I'm going to teach you later, there's lots of ways to set up unconventional attacks. Sometimes I'll drop my point here. When I drop it here like this, I'll put an invitation, I'll pull back, and as he goes into that void, I'll slap his blade like that, using the flat of my blade to knock his way out of the way like that. Now, when you do that, you have to rush in. You can't sit here and dally. You've got to move quickly. When I slap that blade out of the way, I've got to get here. Even if he does this, then I got my chance to go infighting. Okay? What I'm doing is I'm not just beating his blade out of the way, I'm massacring his blade. And I'm going to rush in and take him, just like that. Okay? That's one way. You can slap forehand. You can slap backhand. I think, in my experience, it's a little harder to get the backhand going. But it's still definitely viable. And it works, I think, best off of stepping forward on that female triangle that I've taught you. Step forward. See how you turn your wrist? You got to get some body English in this. You just don't step forward like this and go like that. No, I want you to add your body weight to it. Bang! And then you can go right into your, again, slapping stroke again. Or, from here, I could have gone into that wrap stroke if I wanted to add more power and more force to my blow. So you can use the slap to remove his blade. Get rid of this barrier, slap it out of the way. Now, to do this, you have to have a flipping good saber. You know, obviously I'm in the saber making business. The reason I'm in the business is because I hate the quality of the sabers out there. You do this with an ordinary saber, it's going to be bent at 90 degrees. Get a good cold steel made saber and you can slap with it. Now, as I've alluded to, you can use the slap as a less lethal response. If he cuts backhand at me, at my torso, I can pick that up and slap the side of his face. If he cuts backhand at me again, I can pick that up and slap him across the chest, okay? If he picks that up and comes again, I can come here and just slap down his arm. Now, if I want to and he starts to still be aggressive, I can push off with my point and get distance, okay? I can fade him high and slap low and still come back out. So I can use both sides of the blade, the flat, to injure a degree. Whenever you're going to use the edge to strike with, let's say he cuts forehand at my body. From here, I could respond with the edge, or let's see the same stroke, I could respond with a slap and just ring his melon, like see his whole mass vibrated, and I just use my wrist to slap with. I didn't send this from here like this. I mean, I don't want to knock him into the moon, but I can just slap him a little bit like that with the side of the blade as a tune-up, okay? You can use this against unarmed but threatening adversaries. Maybe there's a mob in front of you threatening you, and you've got your saber. You slap a few people on the side of the head or on the side of the arm or the side of the leg, they may find that they have some business in some other part of the town right quick. Learn how to slap. Now, when you're doing this with a partner, again, I'm going to reiterate, show some consideration. He cuts backhand, step forward on that female triangle, and put it into his mask. Now, don't hit for the bleachers, because this thing will rock your world, okay? Use some discretion, show some respect, and practice the slap. Previously, we've discussed using the back part of your saber, this portion right here, from the tip about 7 inches down the spine of the blade, and how this is supposed to be sharpened, and we use this also as a weapon. But we've also gone in and showed how to use this in that wrap stroke, but now I want to give you still another way to use this portion of the blade. We call it a back cut. Typically the back cut is directed at the fingers, the wrist, and the forearm. Once in a while you may be able to reach the arm, but usually it's too far away. But there's certain circumstances where the back cut is the fastest way for you to get steel on flesh. Sometimes you can get the edge on, but it's slower. And this back part of the blade right here is closer and more direct and faster. And that's what you want, because opportunities when you're fighting with live steel are fleeting. They're very small, and you need to be able to take advantage of the smallest opportunity. I'm going to call Anthony out here, and I'm going to explain how this works. And we're going to try to go slow, because the back cut is a very fast movement, and it's going to be hard for you to see even on film if I don't slow down. So we're going to go pretty slow. First, I'm just going to have Anthony extend his sword and hold it there. What I want to do, and just hold that position, Anthony, what my goal in the back cut is to use the portion of the blade we talked about and target those fingers, the wrist, or the forearm. All right? So I want to get here and drop. Now, a back cut, almost always to be most effective, you don't want to necessarily pull it. You can, but I much prefer to drop that blade. Even if it doesn't sever, it crushes. Just dropping, and he's got a padded glove, and he can tell you, even that light stroke, just with my fingers and wrist, and the dropping the weight doesn't feel red hot, okay? So with live steel, and this is an aluminum blade, now keep in mind that a steel blade weighs twice as much. It's 2 times heavier than this aluminum blade. So when I drop that on there, that's going to hurt like the dickens. I'm going to probably break the metacarpals on the back of his hand. Same thing here in the wrist. If I don't cut it, I may crack it or crush it with that backstroke. That's what we really want to get. All right? So now I'm going to show how we get this. When he attacks at your hand, you're going to give ground and drop with that backstroke right there and target the back of his hand. Now I'm going to go a little faster and drop. There I hit part of his guard, and there. I'm trying to be careful because, like I said, with this aluminum blade, it flipping hurts to get hit tingly on the back of the hand. Let's see how this works when he targets the outside of my hand. When he goes here, I have to make a small step to get the right angle. I'm going to go laterally, just a little bit here. There, I went in with my point, right into his fingers, just like that. It's a great opportunity. Lots of nice things happen when you use this back cut. When he targets the outside, maybe he's trying to stick his blade between the bars of my hilt here. And I just come right over the top here and hit him there at the base of the thumb. Again, when that stroke hits, I get ready to attack again, or I got to defend. You got to be ready. You don't know if you've damaged him enough to make him drop that sword. Now, you can also do this against backhand cuts. When he cuts backhand, you can go this way. If he comes higher, you can still target him. Sometimes you give a little bit of ground. I go a little bit laterally. There's where I get the forearm. Now, let's look at this slower. When I go to my side here laterally and take that step and pick that up, can I get that edge? The bar of his hilt is in the way. Maybe I can get his forearm, but it's a stretch. Let's look at it again now. But this way, when I come here, see how I have that right there? Now, I'm in perfect position for my point. Right here, underneath his arm, drive it right through his chest for a kill. Okay? So, lots of times you set up the backhand by taking a little tiny baby step laterally to get this, to get that, to get that. Okay? Sometimes you fade back from it, just like that. And I backhand here on his wrist. Now, I'm going to be careful. There's going to be a reaction to his hand, but I'm going to get back behind my point and watch what he does. From here, I'm being prepared to defend. I hit him on the noggin, and I impale him on the chest. Okay? Always be ready to defend after you've made that back cut, and be ready to renew your attack. Look at these fingers are really fragile. This blade is heavy. When you drop that sharp edge on there, and I'm being kind and gentle and considerate. Believe me, if I'm fighting you, you'll see a whole another Lynn Thompson you never want to see in your life. Okay? So be careful though when you practice this. You've got to drop it on his hand for you to get the eye-hand coordination. You've got to practice this. I mean, you can't be coming over here hitting the blade and hitting on the guard all the time and stuff like that. You want to be able to hit the back of the hand. You've got to have some eye-hand coordination to pull this off, but it's well worth developing. It quite often goes around his defense and smacks him on the fingers, the wrist, or the forearm to good effect. Practice it. So far, Anthony and I have taught you offensive movements with your saber and cutlass where we use them vertically or horizontally or diagonally. We haven't showed you any rising stabs or cuts. Motions coming from below in an upward direction, either using the sharpened back edge here or the point. And it can be quite effective and quite disconcerting, especially when your opponent is armed with a saber whose hilt has bars with openings, or even a bell guard that has openings that will allow your point to slide through. You can quite often, if you have good point control, move your point right through those open bars or right through the slots in his bell and target his fingers and hands. I'm going to call Anthony in here, and I'm going to illustrate how you can use the back of your edge right here near the point, this section right here, and the point itself in a rising, stabbing, or cutting motion. One of the things that seems to be common when I do this in fighting is I tend to give ground. When Anthony's from on guard and I see this as he advances in whatever stroke, I'll give ground and I'll target his hand from below. Sometimes I'll move to the side when he attacks, and I'll come right underneath here and stick it right there now. It's at the pad or base of his palm that I stuck that point. It's in there really good. Now, when I get this though, see how his blade is still menacing me? I'm going to have to get on my bicycle and get prepared to defend. And keep going. There I hit him with a wrap stroke because that's where my blade was, okay? But you can't stand like a pillar of salt no matter what you do and not be prepared to defend from it. So typically, you're going to go backwards to execute this type of motion, or you're going to go to the side. I think your best success is to go backwards. You can go backwards on the male triangle to either side. Come, Anthony. I can come here and target that way. Or I can go on the other side here and stick it in here, just like that from below. And there I'm on the inside of his forearm. Now I still want to get out here because he may still come. And I'll drop and drop, just like that, and take him, okay? Very, very useful. Now I may set this up an entirely different way. And when I'm outside of range and I'm in a relatively safe area here and I'm moving around, I may not hold my saber in the same place. I may drop it because I know I'm outside his lunge range right here. I may make a false attack or two. I may move and do stupid things like this and send my blade right into the bottom of his hand like that. So sometimes I'll bounce my blade right off the floor and stick it right in the bottom of his hand. Just drop and stick it right in, right between the bars. Drop, stick it right in, right there in the pad of his thumb, right there. Wow, what a good place to put your point. Now, that may or may not end him. I've still got to be ready. I'm going to push a little bit and get ready, right? From here, there's that wrap stroke. Sometimes it's faster to use the back of your blade than the edge. Don't forget it, okay? You always want to have change-ups in your arsenal. You don't want to use the same strokes all the time. Sometimes you want to come from below. You can usually get the hands and the fingers. Sometimes if you get off line, you can get the forearm. There I went forward on the female triangle. I moved here and I targeted the forearm. It's a little harder to go forward on the female triangle to the other side, but it's still possible. There again, I got the forearm. But I don't like my spot here. See where I'm at? I'm going to move. I'm not going to stay there, okay? I didn't like that position, even though I had my point in his forearm. But practice diligently and carefully, respectfully, bringing your point and edge up from below. Bringing it up from the ground, bringing it up from about knee level, and bringing it up from about waist level, okay? Try that. Experiment with it. Play with it. I think if you do, you'll be glad you did. You'll find it very effective and a great change-up. Most of the time when you're fighting with a saber or cutlass, you'll wield it with one hand. But there are times where you're going to want to use two hands for more power. I'm going to show you some ways to do that. I'm going to show you how to hit forehand and backhand with using your other hand, your live hand, to reinforce your wrist and send it on its way. So you can cut backhand and you can cut forehand with a lot of power. You may be too tired in the fight to cut as strongly as you would like to. You may want to take up more reach than your opponent might think you have by sailing your blade at your opponent and getting a little extra reach that he might not think was in your ability at that moment in time. So I'm going to call Anthony out here and I'm going to show you how we can use a reinforced stroke to dispatch our opponent. It's really good as a finishing stroke. I think that's probably its long suit is really a finishing stroke. So Anthony's going to put his mask on. When Anthony cuts forehand, and just wait Anthony, I'm going to step forward on the female triangle as I guard, and then I'm going to use a reinforced strike to attack the neck. All right, Anthony? Just like that. Let's try that again. Right in through here. There I hit him a little high, right along the jawline. Would have crushed his jaw. Let's go backhand. Right there. Again, I'm having a natural tendency not to hit that neck. I've hit him twice on the jaw. I've got a huge aversion to hitting somebody on the bib of their fencing mask because there's flipping very little protection there. And you might be wise to avoid that in training also. What I want you to go even slower now, let's cut backhand. As I step forward on that male triangle, I'm going to reach up here and I'm going to load this as I step in. And right across the bib there, now he felt that, and it's going to cut him badly like that. Now, you think, Lynn, what are you going to really do with that kind of stroke? Well, strokes like that are capable of totally decapitating people. In the charge of the Light Brigade in the mid-1850s, there was numerous eyewitness accounts of people being decapitated by a saber stroke in the hands of the light cavalrymen that were on the English side. they did red ruin with their sabers when they struck bare flesh. So you can definitely decapitate somebody with a saber. It's been proven again and again and again. Let's go on the forehand side. When he goes forehand here, I'm in a natural spot to just sling that forward. Let's see that again. When he goes forehand, from here I step in and I throw that blade. Here's what it looks like. It's going to come like this, like that. I'm going to push and just set it on its way, just to get that little extra momentum. It's a big stroke. If I miss it, though, I'm pretty much in a horrible position to defend from. So you want to be certain that it's truly a finishing blow. And send it. There, I have to still be careful of my training partner. I can't use that stroke with abandon and show you what it's really like because I can't afford to make that kind of contact. But what you're going to do, both forehand and backhand, is push that. You're going to launch your stroke. As it comes out, you're going to launch your stroke and you're going to grab your wrist here like this and you're going to pull it through and you're going to push it through for extra power. That's how you use the reinforced hitting method with the saber. Now I want to delve into how to use your saber and cutlass with two hands. In the 15th century, they might refer to these type of motions I'm going to show you in the next few minutes as half-sword techniques. Today, we're going to refer to them as bayoneting with your saber or cutlass because it makes more sense. We're all familiar with the bayonet and how it's used. There's lots of instances where bayoneting with your saber or cutlass can be of great value. Primarily in infighting. You'll see that later in this presentation where I use it quite a bit. In my experience, it works best when you move forward on the female triangle, and it's pretty difficult to implement it moving backwards on the male triangle or moving backwards at all, and we're going to illustrate why. I'm going to call Anthony in here, and I'm going to give you some illustrations on how you can use bayonet techniques with your saber and cutlass. The first thing I want to make you aware of, though, before we start, is how you can grab this saber. You can put your hand this way with the thumb pointing towards the tip or reverse with the thumb pointing to the hilt. Both of them give you good control. I like to also use the flat of my palm on the back of the blade right here, and this keeps my hand in a more safe position because it's not wrapped around the edge, it's not as big a target for an enemy's blade, and it allows me to slide it up and down the blade like lightning. I can go from here to here or back very, very quickly because my thumb isn't locked around the blade. I have a lot more freedom. And lots of times when you're bayoneting, all you want to do is put this hand on the back of the blade to guide it with precision. Okay? You can be really, really precise with your bayoneting techniques, and you can also add a lot more power in your thrust. So without further ado, we're going to give you some illustrations. One of the main things you want to do is when he cuts backhand at me, I'm going to step forward on the female triangle. From here, I'm going to reach across, drop my point like this, and step forward and drive that blade right through him. Okay? Now, notice where his blade is, right here. I may have to drop down to cover that and insert my point. Okay? You always have to be aware what his blade's going to do. Let's look at from another angle. Let's say that he cuts forehand. I come here like this. I may cut across here and blind him. From here, I'm going to bayonet right through his sternum like this and push forward. Okay? Cognizant of where this is going to go. That might go here, and I might drop again and get back behind my sword. Okay? As long as he's holding that blade, he's a threat. No matter what you do, until that blade's on the ground, it's a horrible threat. You're only a microsecond away from being maimed or killed. So always keep that in mind. When I try to use this technique going back on the male triangle, let's say he cuts forehand, and I come back here, okay? When I switch to this, he's just going to impale me as I move forward. Let's see the other side of the male triangle. When he cuts backhand, and I move this way, and I switch, he's just going to impale me as I move forward. So when you move backward on the male triangle to either side, you really limit your ability to use bayoneting techniques. I really believe, like I said earlier, it moves better. Let's say you cut backhand at my waist from here. All right? I just drop my tip, push through right underneath his arm. If he goes, I'm right here. From here, I can just throw him any way I want. Okay? lots of stuff that you can do with these bayoneting techniques if you practice with them. Now, they're dangerous. They're very powerful. Even though this tip is semi-blunt, it still exerts a lot of pressure. So you have to use kindness and consideration when you train with your partner. But play with these bayoneting techniques. Put yourself in situations where you can move forward on the female triangle. Let's say he cuts a number 5 at my head, straight down. Bang! I pick that up. I cut him, and I push him across here, and I insert. See the power as he folds away from that thrust? Has tremendous power. Practice bayoneting with your saber and cutlass. You won't regret it. Now I'm going to teach you some new defensive techniques that you can add to your bag of tricks that you can use at different moments in the fight to save your life and to win the battle. One of the things that's super important when you're fighting with any edged weapon, including a saber or cutlass, is to avoid and defend against cuts or thrusts that attack your weapon hand. If you get this hand damaged to the point where you can no longer control your saber or cutlass, you're pretty much through. You're probably going to die unless you can escape somehow. So it's of vital importance that you become an expert at avoiding cuts and thrusts at your hand. Now, a saber like I'm holding here, this 1830 Napoleon saber, has pretty good protection with these 3 bars on the outside, but it's quite vulnerable on the inside. A curving attack with this curved blade on the inside of your hand there is very, very difficult to defend against. And it'll take a lot of people by surprise that are used to full bell protection of a sport fencing saber, okay? So it's vulnerable on the inside. It has pretty good protection on the outside. But notice there's openings in these bars that an opponent with good eye-hand coordination and good point control, he can slip his point through those bars or put his edge through those bars and cut your fingers off or shove the point between your knuckles and just wreck your hands to the point where you can no longer hold your saber or cutlass. So it behooves you to become very expert at defending this very vulnerable part of your arsenal, which is your delivery system through your hand. Now I'm going to have Anthony come out here now, and I'm going to illustrate some ways that you can use the hilt and the fort of your blade right here in close to your quillion and the 3 bars, this area right here, to defend. You're going to use the outside of your blade right in this area for defenses a lot of times on the inside of your hand, and you'll be able to use these bars to defend the outside quite often. So we're going to go real slow and show you how you do this, because at speed it's very, very hard to see. It happens with the turn of your wrist. So if Anthony is going to attack on the outside of my hand, I'm going to turn my wrist. It's just a subtle motion like this. I went from here, I just turned it like this. That's all. And I put those bars in the way. Let's see that again, Anthony. He attacks, and I just turn out like that. Just a little motion. Let's say he cuts. It's the same thing. I just turn, and it just bounces right off those bars, okay? Very subtle motion, and you do it with the turn of your wrist, just like that, and you guide him away. Now, there we are for that back cut right there. Bang. I'm in a really good spot to do that. If he comes up high and tries to come over it, I pick it up in these bars, and I'm in a good spot to drop the edge right there on his hand. Really good, okay? Now, where it gets more difficult is if he attacks on the inside line. I need to move my blade to deflect him. I just can't turn my wrist. Come slowly, and I'll see what happens. If I turn my wrist, I just got that in the fingers. Let's switch sides, and they can see. If he attacks on the inside line, and I just turn my wrist, I'm going to eat that. There's nothing there, okay? I'm going to have to use my blade to defend here and bounce it off. I just can't just do this and hope it works, okay? Because quite often it won't. I need to knock it off slightly like that. Even then, you're not always going to be successful. But it's the best thing you've got going is the little bounce to knock it off. A little faster. Just turn that and knock that off. If you see that coming here, you have to move it aside just a little bit. Not a big motion. Just let it bounce off your blade and turn them off. See how my wrist makes this little motion here like this? I'm just going to bounce them off. Bounce them off, bounce them off. You cannot afford to allow that curved blade to come in unopposed like that and slide into you. You've got to move that off just a little bit. Just like that. Come up from a little higher. There. Just like that. So you need to experiment with this. You can't spend too many hours practicing this if you're going to fight with a saber. You need to learn how to pick up attacks at the outside and on the inside of your hand. Now I want to teach you another way to avoid attacks on your sword hand. For this technique, I borrowed from my experience in stick fighting. If you're going to be a successful stick fighter, especially if you're going to practice with heavy rattan sticks or even hardwood sticks, you're going to have to become really expert at avoiding having your stick hand struck by your opponent. It's the same thing as I've alluded to earlier in sword fighting. You've got to be really good at avoiding and defending attacks on your sword arm and sword hand. The technique I'm going to show you now is what I call a pullback. All you're going to do when someone attacks your sword hand is you're going to retract your hand. You're going to pull it back, if you will. You're going to pull it back out of his reach. But the problem is when you're fighting with a sword, the reach is so great that just pulling it back quite often isn't sufficient. Sometimes you're going to have to pull it back, and as you do that, you're going to have to give ground. Sometimes a simple step back will work. Sometimes you're going to have to step and do a leg replacement. It depends on how deep he went with his attack. So you have to adjust for every situation. I'm going to call Anthony in here, and I'm going to illustrate this slow motion so you can see how this technique works. When Anthony attacks at my sword hand, I'm going to pull back, just like this. See, as he passes through, I've got a chance to counter right there on his hand. Sometimes if he goes deep, I may have to do a leg replacement and get all the way out. Even if your attack misses like mine just did, I still was in a safe spot. Let's look at that again. I give ground and I drop on him. Even though he went deep in a lunge like that, I still got out of the way. From here, I can target his face. He's in a good spot. He's exposed. I can put my point in. So you have to adapt to every situation. When you're training, just wait, Anthony. When you're training, have one partner just attack the hand, and just to begin with, just pull your arm back. Just go shallow and attack the hand. Just pull back and miss. Just get used to pulling that hand back out of the way. Just pull it back out of the way. Now, look at, I'm in a very good defensive position here. My sword's clear back here. It's not here in the front of my body like I taught you earlier. I'm not very well defended when I'm all the way back here. You want to get your sword back out in front as soon as you can. So when he attacks at your hand, pull back, either counter or come back on guard, because he may go again, and you may have to defend. So when you pull back, always remember, here's one of the keys. You pull back and get ready to defend, because you don't know what's going to happen next, all right? Or you may have to pull back and give ground, because you don't know how deep he's going to go. Experiment with it. Play with it. Get really good at pulling your hand back out of the way when he attacks and counter. Work with it again and again and again. Get used to this defense. It's a good one. A variation of the pullback defense for attacks on your sword hand or cutlass hand is what I call the fold back. It's similar to the pullback, but it's a slightly different arm position. You end up in a slightly different spot. I'm going to illustrate it here. What you're going to do from your on-guard stance is when you sense that attack, you're going to fold your hand back across your low chest like this. You're going to move it out of the way, fold it in close to your body, make that attack miss, and come right back to center. Now, always be aware when you use this defense that when you fold back like this, look how exposed your forearm and hand is and elbow. It's all sticking out here, okay? You can also use that as a very attractive bait, though. When you fold back like this, you can use this to bait him to attack here and already plan your defense and your counter, okay? So there's lots of ways that you can use this defense. It can be used defensively, and it also can be used defensively to set up your offense. So it's a real good way to avoid attacks on your saber hand. Now I'm going to call Anthony in again, and we're going to illustrate this slow motion for you. From the on guard position, when Anthony attacks, I'm going to fold my arm back, make him miss, and come back up to take the center line. If he attacks on another line, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to give ground this time, fold back. I see his hands exposed there. I'm going to stick my point in there, run it across his arm, and here I'm going to pass through and just put it into his hip there, just like that. So sometimes you can get away with just pulling your arm back and making the attack miss and coming in here and picking it up. But a lot of times it's safer to take a step back, give ground, and come right back to the center. Now, the trick here is coming back to the center. When you do this fold back and you pull your arm back, dominate center immediately. Don't hesitate here. If you're going to hesitate here, you've got to move. You can't stay here. With your arm's already collapsed all the way back here. You're in a very poor defensive posture right here. So you either have to come back here and take the center, or you have to move. I'm going to have to move here to avoid that blade. It may come again, and I'm in a real bad spot. So it can be very effective to fold back because it leaves you in a good spot to counter with. But if you stand here and freeze when he attacks, you're vulnerable, okay? My blade's not in front. It's in a poor place to defend me. So practice with this fold back. Switch back and forth with your partner. Go slow at first, and then speed up and get really used to it. It's an excellent defense. You need change-ups in your defense. You can't use the same defense all the time. Now I want to teach you a defense against an attack on your Saber hand that will leave you in a really excellent position to deliver a fearsome counter blow. I call this a high lift defense. What you're going to do from your on guard stance, when you sense that attack on your weapon hand, you're going to lift it up high like this and get prepared to drop it on his exposed hand. It's best done as you move backwards. You've got to give ground as you lift high. His blade's going to pass in front of you, and quite often he's elongated, and you're going to be in a good position to drop your blade on top of his exposed sword arm and give him a fearsome blow. I'm going to call Anthony out now, and I'm going to demonstrate this for you. At first, I'm going to have Anthony, just wait, Anthony, I'm going to have him attack forehand, and I'm not going to move my hand at all. I'm going to show him making contact. So go ahead and attack me. Crack, right in the hand, okay? Now, I'm going to show the same move with this defense. I'm going to go ahead and attack. I'm going to lift high and come right down on his hand. I'm going to lift high, let it go past, and drop. Now I'm going slow because there's a lot of weight to this. I'll lift above it, let him go, bang, right there on the thumb. If I drop with any power at all on that thumb, it's curtains. I just cut that thumb off. Very easily done. For safety, it's really, like I said earlier, it's really a good idea to give ground. When he attacks your hand, pull your hand up high, drop. Get out of the way. Don't just depend on this to get out of the way. Don't just depend on your lift. When he attacks, don't just stand here and do that. You may end up like there, just like that. But give some ground. Lift high, let him pass, and drop. It's a good change-up. You have to have lots and lots and lots of defenses in your arsenal against attacks on your hands. If you use the same defense again and again and again, he'll key to it, and it won't work anymore. Just like a boxer, I have 6 or 7 different ways to parry a jab at my face. I have 6 or 7 different ways to block, stop, or cover a cross. I've got all kinds of different defenses for every punch that an opponent can throw at me. He never knows what defense I'm going to use. It's the same thing in saber fencing. When someone attacks, sometimes I may just attack, I may pull back and let him go. Sometimes attack, I may pull back and go. Sometimes, when he attacks, I may lift high and drop on him, like I just did right there. Then you're into the chest. You've got to vary your defenses if you're going to be successful. Practice all the defenses I'm teaching you. You'll keep your saber hand safe, and you'll take out your opponent. Now I want to show you still another way to defend against attacks at your saber or cutlass hand. As I've said again and again, you need to have lots of different defenses. You need to have lots of change-ups. I'm going to call Anthony in and show you this next one. What I'm going to do as he walks in here is from my on guard position, when my saber hand is attacked, as I sense that, I'm going to, depending on the largeness of his motion, if it's a big motion, I might use another defense. But if it's a small motion, like a smaller cut or a smaller thrust, I'm going to drop my hand down low here to my thigh. It's going to drop down, and it's going to pull back. So I call this a low defense against an attack on your hand. You're going to drop your hand down and back. So you're going to get it out of that line and below the line. So it's going to come just like this, down, and you're going to attack back with your point. You can either lift and smack him with the sharpened part of your saber right here, or you can stick the point in his hand or his wrist or whatever target's available. Now, keep in mind, you don't always get a hit. Sometimes you miss using this defense. It should always be effective. You should get out of the way. Sometimes, like I just did, move right here, you have to give ground to make it work. Sometimes you can just drop in place and make it work. And it's your riposte that sometimes misses. When you move back and you pull that back, see, you're kind of pushing from your hip back up, and you have to have really good point control. Sometimes you get a hit, sometimes you don't. But it's really important to have lots of different ways to defend attacks on your hand. This is a good one. It's a good change-up. So now Anthony's going to attack. First, he's going to cut forehand at my hand. I'm going to drop down and stick my point in. Try it again, Anthony. I'm going to drop down and watch this. See how my point goes in there? I want the camera to see that. We'll just hold that for a second. You can stick it right in there. It's really vulnerable. All right? You can do the same thing backhand. When he cuts, come here and push right in here and target his palm just like that. Okay? Let's try that again. Cuts backhand, pull back, stick in your point. Remember, your saber pulls back and drops below his. Now, you just come right up from underneath. See, just hold right there. See how vulnerable this hand is here? There's nothing there to protect it. When you come up from underneath, right here with your point, there's all kinds of great targets right in here. Right in here in the palm, the thumb, the inside of the wrist, right in here in the forearm. Would that be a sweet spot, okay? You can also do it against a thrust. When he thrusts, you can pull back and come right up underneath that thrust. Now, you also sometimes want to go offline this way, and you get a little bit more better targeting. Now, I'm just going to hold still, and we're going to rotate so you can see where my point went. I'm going to just move around. Follow me around this way, Anthony. And they can just see where that point went just then. Right there between the bars of his hilt, right into the outside of his hand. Okay, let's get back in our original positions. Experiment. Sometimes you give ground right underneath it here, but it's difficult. See how close that point is? Sometimes it's a better idea to go back on the male triangle and stick it in on either side. Here I went away from his point, like this. Okay? When I go back to this other side here on the male triangle, I'm going almost into his point. His point's still reaching for me. So you want to just do that. You have to time it just perfect. Like I said, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, as far as your counterattack. But your defense should always get you out of the way. You almost always want to pull down and get out of here and then shoot that point. Let's try again. Pull down and shoot that point. There I missed. Okay? The main thing is I got out of the way. And I scared the bejesus out of him. He's going to think twice again about thrusting. Learning this low defense against attacks will stand you in good stead. Practice it often with your partner. Be aware that coming up from underneath, it's really easy to damage these fingers, because here's your anvil. You crush those fingers with your point against that anvil. Even with an aluminum blade, you can do a lot of damage. Be careful. The final method of defending against cuts and thrusts at your sword hand I'm going to teach in this presentation is to change the distance of your sword hand in relationship to your opponent so that he never knows what position in space it's going to occupy from one moment to the next. The way that you do this is from your on-guard stance. Here you are with your arm fairly well extended. You're going to pull your arm back about halfway. Resume your initial position. Pull your arm back all the way. Clear back here till it's against your side. Clear back here, clear it at my waist, and I'm going to come back to my normal on guard position. I'm going to pull back and go all the way forward, all the way back. So what it looks like from the side is this. It's a staggered, non-stop motion of your sword arm so that he doesn't really know where it's going to be. If he wants to attack your hand, he doesn't know from one moment to the next where it's going to be in space. It's disconcerting to an opponent, and also has another advantage. It tends to lure him in and pull him forward. So as you do this and you give ground, you can set up for your own counterattack. So it has a drawing or a sucking effect on your opponent. You suck him into your web when you do this. So it's something that's well worthwhile to play with and get good at as a change-up in your defense. I'm going to call Anthony in now, and I'm going to show how this works. Now, before we start, remember, you may have to defend from any one of these positions. As you're adjusting your guard from all the way out to all the way back, you may have to defend. The important thing is try to keep your blade in center as much as you can so you're in the best position to attack or defend from. Okay, don't pull back here and rotate. Don't pull back and get your point offline. As you make your arm move back and forth like this, try to keep that point as much as possible, that blade in center. Okay, so if Anthony attacks at my sword hand and I pull back and I stick him right there in the wrist, just like that. If I'm here like this and I extend and he attacks, I still stick him, just like that. I bounced off his blade, instantly there was my rear post into his wrist. It happened so fast, most of you probably didn't see that. But that's from conditioned reflex. As you get used to doing this, you know, he can attack it well. He pulls back, and right here I'm underneath again. Now there, I was a little frightened to put too much pressure on there and risk injuring him, okay? You still have to use control when you practice this. I'll go a little slower. From here, I pulled all the way back. He attacks. I pulled all the way back. From here, I'm going to shoot this right in here. And I missed, kind of, and I rode the blade all the way down there. As he cuts again, I'll come over here, and I'll just turn my blade and stick it right in his hand. Okay? Practice this, adjusting your position. Okay? Now, the danger is, as you do this constantly, is you get your own hand injured or you injure his. So do it gingerly. Do it with some consideration and thought. Go slow at first, and then very slowly pick up the speed until you're doing it almost full speed, like I did earlier. One of the things I try to stress when I'm teaching people how to fight with any handheld weapon is to remember that you have other weapons at your disposal for offense and defense besides your saber or cutlass or whatever else you're fighting. I don't care if you're fighting with a Bowie knife, a tomahawk, a saber, or a piece of pipe. You have to also remember that you have another hand and 2 feet, 2 knees, 2 elbows, and a head to use. Okay? So all those other appendages can also be used as a weapon, both offensively and defensively. And that's what I want to teach you how to do now, is how to use your live hand, or empty hand if you will, to parry your opponent's attack with. You can use this pretty effectively to parry with in an emergency. I'm not saying this is your first defense or you should necessarily look to do this motion, but it can stand you good stead when your saber or cutlass is momentarily out of position to be used defensively, and it does happen. You're going to find out yourself in spots where the only way you can save yourself is to use your empty hand to redirect that blade into a safer direction. I'm going to call Anthony out now, and I'm going to show how you can use your hand to parry with. Now, in times long ago, they used a mail glove or a gauntlet, a steel gauntlet or a reinforced glove to parry with. And today, you're going to look pretty odd walking around wearing a mail gauntlet or a mail glove. But in almost any kind of leather glove that you can put on your live hand will stand you in good stead if you're fighting with a saber or cutlass and you can't access any other weapon. Now, there's a couple ways that you can use your hand very effectively with less damage to your hand. What I want you to do, if you can, is to parry with the flat of your hand. Make your hand dead flat like this. Don't let your thumb stick out like that. Don't let your fingers curl like this. I don't want your fingers to look like that. I want them to look straight. If the camera can come in here on a close-up of me, of my hand. That's how I want you to present your hand when it makes contact. I want the flat of your hand to hit that blade. If he's got his saber extended like this, I want the back of my hand flat or the front of my hand flat, either palm or back, but I want it flat. I don't want you to hit like this if possible, because sometimes his blade might be such a position that you'll unnecessarily get your fingers cut. The safest position is to have your hand flat when you make contact. Now, one variation of this is the Tang Sao from Wing Chun. Sometimes I can come here like this, and my arm will be in this position when I make contact. And what I like about this is from here, I can almost always run down and get a hold of his sword hand. Sometimes when I do this, I'll run down here and I'll capture the bars of his hilt. Now I almost have as good a grip on his sword as he does. All right? But you can do this edge first and Tang Sao and get your wrist cut off. So it's a chancy move sometimes, but there are no free lunches in fighting with a saber and cutlass. I'll tell you what, I'd rather go through life with a prosthetic hand than not go through life at all. I'd rather go through life with a left hand that doesn't work quite so well and I have some stiff fingers and I have some nerve damage or whatever, than not to go through life at all and be dead. So sometimes you have to take chances, and I'm going to show you now how you can minimize risk to your hand and defend yourself when it otherwise wouldn't be possible. So, against the thrust, again, you can step forward or backwards on the two triangles, either the female triangle or the male triangle. I think stepping forward on the female triangle is best because it gives you the best chance to get a hold of his sword blade at the fort here or at the hilt or his hand alone. Stepping back and knocking it out of the way just may prolong the fight. Stepping forward, grabbing that hilt is almost always a good thing if you can do it. All right, when Anthony thrusts at my chest from here, let's say my sword's over here for whatever reason and it's not available. When he thrusts, I want you to step. The first thing you got to remember is, before you even defend resist, is get your body offline. Don't stand here like this in front of that point. Move here. Okay? Anthony's so good, he follows me, and I'm so slow. But he knew what I was going to do. All right? When he thrusts straight here, get offline. Now, see when you move forward on that? It's a straight shot here to grab that hilt. Now I got my fingers inside that bar, and look where I'm at here now. I'm in a position to take him out. To go to the other side against that is harder because my body has to go further and twist more when I step forward, and I go against that edge. I would prefer to go forward on the female triangle to my right from right here. When I come this way and he turns the blade, no matter what, I seem to end up on the edge. So when you see that thrust, come here. Get offline. Don't stand in it. Even if you get cut here, move. Turn your body. From here, my body moves forward, and I twist even. Get offline. Don't stand in front of that blade and be impaled. Don't stand in front of that blade and get that point through you. Run through, grab that, take him out. Now, you can knock the point down when he comes here, okay? But you're going to have to give a step. Make sure you don't knock it down into your own body. Sometimes I'll have to hollow like this and pull all the way back and let that point come right into the ground. Push it into the ground. I can also, when he comes a little higher, I can knock it up here and run down. Sometimes that is the best thing to do. When you see that thrust, come underneath it and knock it up and come and run in on him and grab that. When it comes at your face, sometimes you're just here and it comes at the face and you're just going to knock it out of the way. When he thrusts, I'm going to knock it out of the way. Sometimes my hand's here and I'll knock it out of the way. There wouldn't have gone too well for me. I would have got the edge across my palm. I'll tell you what, I'll take the edge across my palm than eating that in the mouth. So will you. So it's not hard to make a decision what you're going to do there versus taking that in your face. You're going to do it. You're going to parry. So keep in mind that this empty hand can be used to save you quite often, especially in fighting. You're going to find times maybe your saber is not available and you'll have to use this hand. So don't forget, it can save your life. One of my favorite defenses that's not taught in conventional saber fencing is the shield. Some old-timers might call this the hanging six from cavalry use, where the sword is in this position. In Lameco Eskrima, we might call also this shield the pluma defense, or the pencil or pin, if you will. The hand position is important. From your on-guard position, what you're going to do, especially if your point is lower than your opponent's sword, is you're going to turn your wrist and shoot it up like this. As you relax the fingers, let the blade come over to your side like this. You're going to use the forward of your blade to make contact with your enemy's incoming attack and let it slide off as you shoot your forearm through and go back on the attack. I'm going to have Anthony come out here. I'm going to show how this works real slow. From our on-guard position, if my point happens to be longer or lower than Anthony's, as he cuts backhand at me, I'm going to come like this and let that ride off my blade as I push forward here. Now look at the position I'm in. Thunk. And I come right back out on guard. Now you can also from here, as he cuts and I shield, I can come in here and go into the standing grapple, or I could actually go into a throw and throw him on the ground if I wanted to. And we're going to deal with infighting later, but the shield is a real good way to enter. You can use it as you go backwards also. If I go back on the male triangle here, I can go away from his force and let it slide off, but I don't think it leaves you in near as good a position to end the encounter, because I'm tending to be going away from that stroke as it pulls through, okay? Let's see that one more time as he goes. I come here like this, and he misses, and maybe I stroke again, and he pulls out. Sometimes you can bring the matters to conclusion, though, after he goes to the same stroke, and I come in here, and I just take him right across the neck and shoulder right there. And I also have control of that arm. Now, I think it works best from attacks that coming from his position. They'd be backhand. They'd be on this side of my body, my defense here. But if he attacks forehand, I can also use it here. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to push straight in. I'm going to lift and let that slide off, and I'm going to get right here. And here again, I'm in a good position for grappling, or I can come from here, push, let it slide off, and just come right around here and take him with my edge and pull through. Attack again. From here, I can push up, let it slide off, and come right around and attack. Let's try that on the diagonal line. From here, I can push up, let it slide off, and cut him right across the neck. So you can use this shield for blows coming backhand and forehand. You can go forward on the female triangle, or you can go back on the male triangle. It's a really good defense that you want in your arsenal. In this presentation, Anthony and I have given you lots of specific techniques for offense and defense. Now I want to talk about your overall strategy when you're defending yourself and loved ones with a saber or cutlass. The first thing I want you to do is to size up your opponent. Whenever you're threatened with lethal force and you have time, I want you first to size up your opponent. Sometimes the attack is so quick and so violent, all you can do is move offline and put in your counter. You don't have time to do anything else. But if you have any moment's opportunity or moments in time, a breath in time, a little bit of space, size up your opponent. Is he male or female? How big is he? Look at, in any physical altercation, height, weight, reach, strength, age, and physical condition give a huge advantage to the bigger, stronger, heavier person. Someone that's 6'4", that's 25 years old, great physique, muscles out to here, lean and mean, in good physical condition, with good cardiovascular shape, hey, he's a really formidable opponent. Someone that you won't easily beat without using a weapon. Someone that can be a real threat. that height, weight, reach, strength, physical condition. And the young age, if he's 25 years old, he may be half your age, or 2/3 your age, or whatever. He could be a lot younger than you are and have all the advantages of youth. And youth is a great tonic in a fight. The younger you are, the better. You don't see very many fighters outside of George Foreman fighting professionally at 40 and 50 years old. Hey, fighting is a young man's game. So, a young, strong, heavy, tall opponent is a real threat. So you need to size up your opponent, see how big he is, see how he relates to you, because those physical advantages, they negate skill. Someone that's really strong, tall, has great reach, and in their youth and the height of their strength, hey, they can really take down or negate the skill that you have and all the training you have in fighting with your weapon. So you need to be aware of that. Now, the next thing to think about is, what is he armed with? What kind of weapon does he have? Is it a short piece of pipe? Is it a monkey wrench? Is it a pry bar? Is it a tire iron? Is it a short, heavy, blunt weapon? Is it a screwdriver with a big 18-inch long shank? Is it a small pocket knife? Is it a tactical folder? Is it a boot knife? Or is it a Bowie knife? Everything has an impact on how you're going to defend. A short, heavy weapon might call for one defense. A long weapon might call for another. Hey, if he's got a baseball bat, I'm going to be ready to give ground. If he's got a 6-inch sheath knife, I may just take his knife hand and be a lot more aggressive. So what he's carrying is going to affect how you respond. So you want to find out immediately, if you can, what kind of weapon he has. Is he right or left-handed? Hey, most people can only hit forehand strokes. There was a study done in the infancy of our country with our fledgling Navy when they were talking about how we're going to arm our boarding parties, and they were studying the cutlass and what our manual drill was going to be and so on. And they found that the average seaman at that time could only cut this downward forehand stroke. Almost no one had a backhand capability. Almost no one could cut backhand effectively. It was all forehand strokes or maybe a caveman stroke straight down. No one had the backhand. So whether they're right or left-handed may give you a good inclination of where that attack's going to come from. It may be a really good warning. Is it going to come from your left or from your right? So noticing whether they're right or left-handed is a big advantage. Now, the next thing is to check and see what physical disadvantages does he have. Maybe he's big and strong, but he's dragging one leg as he comes at you with that big piece of pipe. Maybe he doesn't have full use of one of his hands or arms. Look and see if there's any physical disadvantages that you can exploit. The next one is that I want you to always think about is, what is he or she wearing? Does he have on light summer clothes? Is he wearing shorts that exposes his legs like I do all the time? Hey, it's an advantage and a disadvantage. Shorts like this don't give you any protection, but they give you a lot of mobility. Is he wearing a heavy winter coat that may stop the edge of your saber? Now, in the charge of the Light Brigade, there's over 20 eyewitnesses afterwards that gave accounts of their encounters with the saber in that charge. And they found that many of their strokes on those heavy greatcoats made out of wool the Russians were wearing, they didn't penetrate or they didn't cut very deeply. Part of the reason was they blamed their swords weren't sharp enough, and part of it was that heavy wool stopped the edge. By the same token, every time their edge met bare flesh, there was a huge reaction. They cut arms off. They cut heads off. There was numerous decapitations of Russian soldiers and Russian gunners by the light cavalry troopers with their saber. They split skulls all the way from the top of the head to the chin with their sabers. But heavy clothing can be an impediment to the progress of your edge through flesh. So what's he wearing? Maybe he's got a heavy leather motorcycle jacket on with a vest underneath and long sleeve shirt. Who knows what kind of padding he has, okay? That might be a time to use the point. Maybe he's got heavy boots on. If he's wearing Levi's, look and see what kind of shoes or boots he has on. Does he have trainers on like this that might give him good mobility? Or does he have heavy motorcycle boots with, it may come halfway up his calf. The top of his boot may come halfway up his calf. And that gives him a lot of protection from a sword stroke, and it's a weapon itself. A guy with heavy motorcycle boots can kick you in the next week. A lot of times they're steel capped. So you have to be cognizant of what people are wearing. Once you get that down, you're a long ways towards being better prepared to defend yourself. So to reiterate, you want to see what sex they are, how big they are, what they're armed with, any physical disadvantages, and what they're wearing. That's the first thing we do in our overall strategy when we're sizing up an opponent, is we look at those 5 factors. Once you've sized up your opponent and you have a good idea of the adversary you're facing, I want you to stay at long range. Keep him in front of your sword at maximum distance away from you as possible. I want you to do business with the first 6 inches of your saber or cutlass. Right up to here. That's the amount of the blade I want you to use. Keep your opponent at the end of your sword. Don't give up your reach unless it suits you. Never move into close range unless you're sure of the outcome. Keep him at the end of your sword. Make him constantly have to come through your sword to reach you. It's always a good idea to use all the advantages in this long weapon. Don't give them up unnecessarily. Keep your blade in front. Now, I talk about this all the time. I've talked about it earlier. I'll talk about it almost any time anybody gives me a chance to speak about sword fighting. It's super important that you keep your blade in front of you and dominating the center line. The center line that runs right down the middle of your body, you want your blade dominating that at all times. I also want you to target your opponent's weapon hand first. The Filipinos call this fanging the snake. It's a super good idea. I want you to become accustomed to cutting or thrusting at your opponent's weapon hand with the intent to disable it and get that weapon on the ground. I'm going to have Anthony come in, and you've seen us illustrate this again and again. Just come on guard, Anthony. When I see an opponent armed with an edged weapon, or almost any weapon for that matter, I want you to always think about injuring this hand. If you cut that thumb off, he can't hold it. If you cut these fingers off, he can't hold it. If you bust his wrist open or his forearm open and wreck some tendons and ligaments and stuff, he's going to have a hard time hanging on to that weapon. That is our overall strategy. Before we proceed to a target closer into the torso, we want to get this on the ground. So when I'm here, I want to step off line and injure that. I want to come on the top and injure that. I want to stick this through here on this side. I don't know if the camera can see. I'm going to rotate just a little bit and show the camera how I turned my curved blade to go through the bars of his hilt to stick my point into his knuckles. I want to wreck that hand. I want to damage that hand. I want to take that hand out of action. That's super important. The next thing I want you to do after you got that in mind is I want you to learn to move laterally and diagonally. I don't want to stay here in front of him. Hey, that's most saber fencers' game. If they've done any competitive saber fencing, I've alluded to that earlier. I want you to move laterally on him. I want you to move and make him move, okay? I want you to make you move so that you can get that in. See, when I move around here, I get a chance to use my curved blade. When I move around here, I get a chance to use that rising point. I don't want to stand here. I want to come over here and target. I want to come in here and target. I want to move on him. I don't want to stand in front of him. It's not all about this. This is not a contest. I'm fighting for my life here, right? I want to stick him. I don't want to stand in front of him. Move on him laterally and diagonally as much as possible. When you defend, don't just go straight back. Go back on one of those triangles and take that hand. See, I'm stuck right in his hand and put it in. This point buries itself in the hand. It's a good thing, okay? Don't stand in front of your opponent. Don't play his game. Don't fight his fight. You don't wrestle a wrestler. You box him. You don't box a boxer. You wrestle him. It's the same thing. If your opponent is comfortable fighting at long range and has experience with edge weapons like that, make him move and make him do things he's not used to doing. Constantly. Attack him in unconventional manners, okay? That's part of our overall strategy. One of the attributes that has stood me in good stead as a sword fighter is my ability to control the point and edge of my weapon. And I want you to have that ability and have that as a pillar of your strategy as well when you fight with a saber and cutlass. You must have absolute control of the point and edge of your weapon. Now, that requires training, that requires practice, that requires diligence and discipline to get. But once you have it, you have an enormous advantage over any other opponent. If you can control your point and edge, you can go into the smallest openings your opponent presents. You can take advantage of the slightest mistakes he makes and take advantage of them because you can control your point and you can control your edge. You can hit small, fleeting targets with your point and edge that he can't hit. I'm going to call Anthony in here. And I've been training with Anthony for a number of years now in saber fighting, and I've made advances by leaps and bounds because of my vast experience in knife fighting and the fact that in over 25 years of fighting, I've developed really superior control of my point and edge. When Anthony comes on guard position, it's not hard for me to pick off his fingers. I can pick off his thumb. I can pick off the top of his hand. I can come in here and go right through the bars of his hilt. I can come in here to his wrist. I can come over here and hit him on the forearm. I can come here and slide my point up. I can come on the opposite side. It's very easy for me to do this. When he cuts, let's say he cuts diagonally down, I can come here and intercept his wrist. It's not a problem for me. Very easy for me to do that, okay? Why is it easy for me to do that? I've got lots and lots of experience using my point to hit targets in motion. When he moves, let's say he cuts backhand at me, I can stick the point right in here, into his palm, the outside of his arm, anywhere. It's easy to do when you've got lots of experience using the point or the edge. Most people can't do that. When someone swings at you, I don't care what weapon it is, you can give ground and stick the point in there. I shoved it pretty hard into his forearm and bounced out. That didn't feel good. The point I'm making is that no matter what he does, I can put my point in, all right? I can use my edge. Wherever, if he opens up to swing at me, bang, I just took the top of his thumb, and I can go right back into his head. The slightest mistake your opponent makes, if you can control your edge and you can control your point, you can take advantage of it. You can profit by his mistakes when you can control your point and edge. It's super valuable. I know I'm going on and on about this, but I'm not passionate about it. Learn how to do this. Become a master of using the point and edge, and you'll be a master of fighting. The next thing in our strategy is you have to stay cool. When someone comes at you with hatred in their heart, with a weapon, it's very terrifying. If you give in to your fear, if you become overly nervous or overly frightened, if you lose your mud, you're going to probably lose the fight, maybe your life. You need to, like I said, stay behind your sword, keep him at long range, dominate the center, make small motions. When he comes in at you with that big swing and he loads up, maybe you're going to stick your point in first. Maybe when he makes a big swing, you're going to stick your point into his arm like I just did and bounced off. But if that was a live blade, he'd have a whole bunch of steel in his forearm right now, okay? You need to hold your mud and not get overexcited. Now, it's hard when he has compound attacks. When Anthony attacks more than once in a row, I want to stay in here. Don't be overcome by compound attacks. Like that. Stay in the center, okay? Don't let your nervous system be overcome. My friend Dr. G, the chief instructor of the American Bondo Association, taught me many years ago. Lynn, he said most people can only throw one punch, 2 punches at a time. A good man can connect 3 punches into a combination. A really good fighter can do 6. An outstanding fighter can throw 9 punches in a row. Look it, you need to be able to withstand multiple attacks and not let your nervous system become overcome. You need to practice that. Stay calm, make small motions, stay in the center, be conservative in your defense, and don't let yourself get overly frightened or overly nervous. Take advantage of it. He'll make lots of mistakes, and if you can control your point and stay calm, you can take advantage and win. As you listen to me teach in this presentation, you'll hear me refer again and again to the male and female triangle in footwork. It's a big part of our overall fighting strategy, and I want you to make it part of yours. When I was teaching you some ancillary footwork, I went over this, stepping forward on this female triangle or back on the male triangle. These motions can be lifesavers. You take the angle here and you can win the fight. If you take the angle here, you have a really good chance to get out of the way of the attack and be in a really good position to counter from. Become an absolute expert at stepping offline on the male and female triangle. I'm going to call Anthony in here just one more time to illustrate this. You've seen me refer to this again and again. I just want to go overboard and impressing you how important it is for you to step off on that triangle. When he cuts forehand at you, step right here. I can step offline. As you saw, my blade went into his arm and slid up because this is slick and this isn't pointed. But the main thing is I didn't stand in front of that blade. If he cuts backhand at you, from here, I can just come right here and finish the fight right there. It's so important that you get a lot of confidence in moving forward and backwards on the female and male triangle. The other thing I want you to do is to become expert at using an ancillary weapon. I'm going to have Anthony go out of frame for a second and get me a tomahawk. Just a tomahawk, Anthony. In the 1700s and the 1800s, Polish cavalrymen, some people said the Polish cavalry was the best in the world. In the 16th century, the Polish cavalry saved Western Europe when they routed the Turks at the outskirts of Vienna in a famous charge. They're fantastic fighters. They were the state-of-the-art in cavalry clear up into the early 20th century. And lots of times they used an ancillary weapon or an adjunct weapon, which would be, a lot of times it was a long hatchet or a short axe, along with their saber. Using a tomahawk, a Bowie knife, a large dagger is almost always a good idea. And you need to explore this in your overall fighting strategy. If you can, fill your hand with another weapon. Just don't fight with your saber. If nothing else, put your tactical folder in your other hand. Put your neck knife in your other hand. Put your boot knife in your other hand. Give yourself another option besides just your saber. Now, depending on the size of your extra weapon, you can use it to give yourself good opportunities to score. Sometimes when Anthony cuts, if he cuts forehand at me, I may pick this up and replace that immediately and drop here and take his head. If he cuts backhand, from here, maybe I'll come here, just like this, instantly. Pull that down, clear the line, shoot my blade in, okay? If he comes diagonally down again, from here, maybe I'll come here and just cave in the side of his head and come up and finish him again, okay? I can't tell you how important it is to learn to fight with another weapon, okay? We could do a whole DVD just on how to fight with a saber and a tomahawk or a Bowie knife or a dagger. Maybe we will someday. So get familiar with holding another weapon in your hand besides your saber. Now, I want to show you quickly the posture for that. In our basic on-guard stance, we're like this. I like to hold my extra weapon right here on this hip, where it's out of the way of my saber, but it's still close enough to be used and to intervene in the fight. If it's out here too far forward, notice there's no big projecting quillions here to protect my hand. There's no guard. When I hold this too far forward, it gets picked off as a target. I want it back. For someone to attack my extra weapon, they have to reach deep inside the reach of my saber. Someone wants to attack this weapon, they need to get past my saber. If you hold it out too far, it looks cool, and it would probably have a lot more chance of working if there was a big quillion here. there is an equivalent on a tomahawk or hatchet. That's why I hold it back here. So you have to experiment with the different positions for your extra weapon, but here's a good one, right here, just like this. You're on guard, and this one's instantly available. It's ready to defend this side, and you can use it to parry with. You can use it to guard with. It's a great thing to experiment with and become expert. For the past 6 years, I've been training with my good friend and trainer Ron Balicki in shoot fighting, Kali, Filipino stick fighting and sword fighting, and we train in knife fighting. We've been just working out like crazy, and I've learned so much from Ron, and he's a wealth of information and a wealth of talent in the martial arts, and he's one of the big influences in my growth as a martial artist and a fighter. And one thing that he's told me again and again that I've taken to heart, that is, don't stop to admire your work. And I want you to make that a pillar in your strategy as a fighter. When you land a blow on your opponent, don't pause even for a second to assess what happened, whether it was successful or not. Continue. Either get out or continue your attack, but don't stop to admire your work and say, oh, wow, you see that? Man, I cut his thumb off. Oh, I cracked his wrist. Hey, you may not have another good opportunity again in the fight. Don't admire your work. Continue the attack. When Anthony attacks me, I'll wait for him to come out for a second. If Anthony attacks my hand and I am able to defend, from here, I may come back over here. When Anthony attacks my hand and I'm able to defend, if I can get his hand right there and go immediately to his upper arm like that and stick my point in, hey, that's fantastic. When I cut his hand, though, I'm not going to sit here and go, oh, geez, I wonder what happened there. I wonder, did I cut his wrist off? Did I do some tendon and ligament damage? No, I'm not even going to wait for that. When he cuts at my hand, I'm not even going to wait for a split second to see what happened. I'm going to immediately put my point in further. I'm not going to admire my work. If he goes like this and I can keep continuing, I'm going to go, all right? I want you to do the same thing. If he cuts backhand horizontally and I pick that up, I'm not going to wait for a split second. Don't wait for an instant and admire your work. Continue your attack or get out. If you don't think it's looking good to go in and he cuts, maybe I'll come back out again, okay? But don't stay there frozen for even a moment at a time, contemplating the effect of your attack, whether it was successful or not, or what the damage it was, okay? It's a real pillar in our strategy. It's super disconcerting for someone when they attack a couple blows and he comes again and again and again, and you pick him up and cut him right there on the spot. You don't hesitate. You don't admire. You say, oh, geez, I picked up 3 in a row, right? Oh, my defense is really doing good. No, as soon as you can, continue, put your blade in. Don't admire your work, either offensively or defensively. That's our strategy. Another foundation block in your overall strategy should be the ability to identify openings in your opponent's defense at a moment's notice. As I mentioned earlier, there are some overriding truths in combat. You find them whether you're fighting with a monkey wrench or a Bowie knife, a tomahawk, a saber, or a baseball bat. A lot of things are the same, whether they're knife fighting or saber fencing. I'm going to now teach you some of the common openings that you'll see when you're facing people armed with almost any handheld weapon. I want you to become an absolute expert at identifying these openings so that you can respond at a moment's notice. I'm talking about a millisecond. Sometimes the opening is very, very tiny, but if you have it ingrained in your mind and your muscles, you'll be able to take advantage of the slightest opening instantly. I'm going to call Anthony out here, and we're going to go through these different openings that are quite commonly given to you. I'm going to wait for him to put his mask on and just come on guard. The first opening is a still hand. A hand that's not in motion is a hand that can be struck. A hand that's in motion is a little more facile. It's a little faster reacting. One that is in one place, like this, like I'm at right now, is a little bit more vulnerable. When he's got his hand still, and I've got this beautiful curved saber, and this is, we've talked about this earlier, one of the huge advantages of fighting with a saber and cutlass is that curved blade. I see that still hand, I can go right here to the inside of his hand and stick my point in. I can come right here over the top and target the top of his hand. I can slide over here and go right through the bars of his hilt, right into his hand. All those openings are there. They're there right now. As soon as that hand's still, because it has an imperfect guard. He doesn't have a huge bell guard to protect his hand. So there's openings right there. When that hand's still, it's also easier for me to target that. When it's in motion, I have a harder job getting my point or my edge to strike. It's harder. It takes a lot more skill. When it's still, it takes less skill. I have a better opening. You need to become an expert at looking for a still hand. Another one is a still forearm. When this forearm is not moving, it's just like the hand. It's easy to target. If I step offline, I get the angle to target that. I can go here, right at the juncture of the wrist and the forearm. I can go a little deeper and stick it into the inside of his forearm and ride it all the way up to his elbow. I can step outside and target his forearm. As I step forward on that female triangle, I turn my wrist, I put it right there at the base of his forearm and stick that point in and ride it all the way up to his elbow. Okay? Anytime that forearm is not in motion, it's open. It's not perfectly protected because he doesn't have that beautiful bell guard. Another one is when his body is still. Okay, right now he's not in motion. He's got a big broad target. If I can get past this blade, that target isn't in motion and it's easier to hit. For instance, sometimes he'll come out of that stance and his arm might drift out a little bit. Bring your arm out about here. It's not in motion. I can reach over here and take that hand. I can move over here and take this edge of his body and get away from that sword. Sometimes if he's still, I'll say, he's all solid waiting for me. He's all in a beautiful on-guard stance and he's waiting for me. He's waiting for me to come straight. I'll run on him and take that side there. And that hurt. Bang on the elbow. Sorry, that was a little much. I'll give Anthony a chance to recover. But what I'm saying is when he's still, if you jump into motion first, you can move on him and take an angle and get around to his flank and take him out. Now, sometimes he'll expose his forearm. You quite often get this in an overstrike. When he cuts at me and I evade and he exposes that forearm, I can take it right there. Bang. Look for that forearm to come forehand like this, or he cuts backhand. When he cuts backhand and you miss, it opens right here, okay? So look for this. His forearm's exposed here, his forearm's exposed there. When he prepares for a forehand attack, many people will load. As they load, they show you the inside of their forearm. As they load for a backhand attack, they show you the outside of your forearm. Look for that exposed forearm. People give it to you all the time, especially inexperienced fighters. You'll actually clean up, watching for this, against somebody swinging a baseball bat or any long weapon. They're going to load up and show you a forearm sooner or later. Take advantage of it. Exposed elbows. Some people, when they come on guard, their elbow and forearm aren't behind their sword. Their elbow's sticking out, pushing out a little bit to the side. When you see his elbow sticking out, step forward on that female triangle. Watch, be aware to defend, but come over here and pick off the edge of that elbow. If he comes back, be ready to defend. But you look for that elbow to drift out. You might want to go back on the male triangle slightly and pick that off. When he exposes that elbow, whether he's just standing still or moving, if that elbow pooches out like this, it's away from his guard and it's a target. Watch for it. Some people will stand with a forward tilted head or crouch. They'll show you their head. What they're doing is they're excited, they're nervous, they're scared, and they think this is an instinctive protective position. It is. If you don't have a sword, if I don't have a sword and I'm fighting and I bend my knees and I drop my chin, I bring up my shoulders, I bring my hands together, and this is a pretty good protective position right here, okay? It doesn't work that way with the sword though. What he's doing when he crouches is he's giving you his face. He's putting a precious target closer to your blade than it has to be. Look for that. Look where his face is now. I don't have to go. I have 6 or 7 more inches of reach now than I had before. I can target his face very easily. just extend my arm. Now, when he stands upright and comes behind his guard, I can't hit him at all. Just move that out of the way. I can't reach his face at all. Now, when he crouches and comes forward, I can easily reach his face. He unnecessarily gives me a terrific target and brings it within reach of my saber. Watch for that. Watch for people to crouch. They'll do it all the time. Sometimes people will stand in a stance that is not favorable to quick motion. It can be too long. Their legs are too far apart this way, okay? Or they're too short. They're too close together. Both affect their balance. When you see someone in a long stance like that, and they're really long like this, he may got stretched out in a lunge and didn't recover properly, okay? What I want to do here is I feint him up. When he comes up to defend, I disengage, and I cut right on the knee and come back out, okay? So when I see that long, exposed leg like this, especially on tall guys, hey, tall guys got to watch this because I'm only 5'9". When you're 6'4", your leg is a prime target. It's really, really easily reached by my saber. So if I see you're too elongated in your stance, I'll feint here. When you come up, when I feint here and you come up, I'll disengage and cut right across here and come back and dominate that center, just in case you swing. So look for a stance that's too long. It's really valuable. Continuing on with how to identify common openings that your opponent's going to present to you, I want to call your attention now to his alive hand or empty hand. Lots of times, if Anthony's in a classic saber fighting stance, his alive hand is back here on his hip or slightly behind the small of his back like this. So it's hard to reach that, okay? But most people aren't really highly trained fighters. And under the stress of combat, especially, and we're going to talk about this, as I make him move a little bit, lots of times that hand will start to drift out and come away. And I can target that hand. Sometimes I'll come over here and I'll use the back of my blade to beat his out of the way. When that happens, I won't look at it. I'll just come here and attack it, just like that, and cut those tips of those fingers off, okay? When you attack the live hand, don't look at it. Always direct your attention somewhere else. If you look at this hand that's drifted out, he's going to sense your intention, okay, and be ready to defend, okay? Just hold still. Don't look at this. Look somewhere else. Look at this hand. Look at his feet. Look at his face. Maybe you want to think, oh, your tension's up here. Maybe I'll give him a medium stroke. Go ahead and defend Anthony. I'll go to his head a few times, and I'll thrust at his head again. And I'll come up here and disengage and come underneath and take that hand that's drifted out and cut those fingers off, okay? So that alive hand, when it comes out away from his hip and starts to drift out, the further it gets away from his hip position and comes out forward like this, the better target it makes. Don't ignore it. Take advantage of it. If you cut those fingers off, if you break those metacarpals, he's a changed fighter. He's not going to be near as effective as he was just a moment before that. Watch for that alive hand. If you've got a chance to take it out. The other thing that I see quite often in fighting, especially with people that are less experienced, is they tend to watch your sword. When you're on guard position, you want to see the entire person. When I'm looking here about chest height, I see the top of his head and his shoes. I'm not focused at any one spot. I'm seeing the whole person, the whole action, because I'm going to get cues, even subtle cues, as to what he's going to do, just hold still, by how he moves his legs, how he loads his legs, how his shoulders load to move. There are going to be subtle cues that happen in a millisecond. You get eye speed. One of the things that I have a huge advantage of over most people is I have tremendously fast eye speed. Ron Blicky says I have the fastest eye speed he's ever seen. I'll see those cues in a millisecond and process it, and I'll get an idea of what you're going to do. So don't forget to look at this entire whole person and get an idea of what he's going to do. If he's watching your sword, you can direct him where you want. If he's watching your sword, you can come over here. Now, if I notice he's watching my sword, I'll move it. If he moves and I see him focusing on that, I may move over here, disengage over the top, and target his hand, okay? I'll set him up that way. Maybe I'll lift my blade a little high. When he follows that up, I'll come on the low line in here and use the back of my blade to smack into his wrist, okay? Watch and see if he chases your sword with his eyes. If he does, lead him down that long, lonely path to destruction, okay? Watch for somebody watching your sword hand, all their attention on your sword hand, all right? There's other places his attention can stray to also that are to his disadvantage. If his attention's too high, lots of people think all the action's above the waist, all right? And against a skilled fencer, it is dangerous to attack the legs. But against a less experienced fighter or someone armed with a different weapon, the legs are a really good target because you can wreck his ability to move with one well-placed cut or slash. Stabbing the legs has less detrimental effect on him than cutting them. If I can cut these major muscle groups across or diagonally, I'm going to impede his ability to move, which is a good thing. I've never met a good one-legged fighter, okay? So I want to impede his ability to move. If he thinks all the action's on the high line, and he go ahead and you can defend, and I come over here and I attack here, sometimes I'll drop here, right here, and cut that leg. Now, here's where we're going to use that shield. If he comes after me, I'm going to come right here and get back out. Whenever you go low, just don't move. Whenever I go low here, whether you're successful or not, you're underneath this blade. You better be ready to come up here and use that shield to protect yourself instantly with. Now, you can redouble your attack, or you can come back out. Now, vice versa, their attention can be too low. And you can set this up also. If all I do is attack his hand, if all I do is thrust at his body, and you can go ahead and defend, Anthony. If I just attack his hand and I thrust at his body, he thinks that's all the action. So as I move around him, and he thinks that's my only goal is right here, all of a sudden I angle my blade up, and I can stick it in at his face line with a good opportunity to score. So watch if their attention is too low or too high. It should be just like the porridge, just right. You know, you don't want it too hot, you don't want it too cold. You don't want it too high, you don't want it too low. You want your attention just right. You need to see the entire person from the top of his head to his toes. Don't focus just on his face, don't focus on his legs. Now, the other thing you'll see as you fight is a momentary or temporary lapse of attention. We all do it. Sometimes when I'm sparring and I get hit, I go, what happened? I didn't even see that coming. Where was I? I had a blank spot in my attention, even for a microsecond, okay? Now, more experienced fighters, people that fight all the time, their lapses of attention are very small. Inexperienced people, their lapses of attention are large, and they last longer. The longer you can draw out the fight, the more lapses of attention you're going to have. The more you can put pressure on him and put pressure on his nervous system, he's not going to be able to stay in there at a peak condition for very long. Once I make, I'll just go very slowly. Once I make a few attacks on Anthony, and I attack him, and maybe attack his hand, okay? I'm working him, and I'm going real slow right now so that you can see. But as I put pressure on him, he feels that pressure mount. As that pressure mounts, his nervous system starts to wear down, and he's going to have little blanks in attention. Watch for a temporary lapse of attention, especially as you move somebody. And right there, I took his inside of his hand. I want him to think I was all about moving right here. He was moving with me, but I don't really give a crap about moving. I want to get the inside of that arm. So I let him think, okay, I'm going to come around here, and I sensed that he was trying to stay up with me. That's when I attacked. You sense where his attention is. If his attention isn't on defense, your offense is going to score. So keep that in mind. Look for a temporary lapse of attention. Watch for also people watching your footwork. Again, a really experienced fighter will know that you're moving him to break up his attention. He won't look at your feet. He'll stay up with you, and he'll keep his center matched with your center. But inexperienced people, they don't know why you're running on him like this. They don't understand that. What's he doing? Why is he doing that? Oh, is he trying to get around me? Okay? When he does that, watch for him to watch your feet. When he watches your feet and he goes here, that's when you attack. Watch for him to see if his attention shifts down. Look at his eyes. Look at his head if it tilts down. Look if he has a slightly confused look on his face. If he looks so slightly confused, you see his head tilt or his eyes look down at your feet, any of those little cues, right? He's watching your footwork. Go one way and do something else. I might start this way. As he goes to follow me, I'll come back here and take that other side of his arm, okay? Watch for his attention on your feet. Another one that everybody makes that you have to become an expert in taking advantage of is overstrikes. I make them, Anthony makes them. Every person that fights swings too hard, passes the center line, makes too big of a stroke, and gives you an opening, okay? You can provoke overstrikes, and you can take advantage of overstrikes, you know. I can stick my arm out here and give him a great opening. He can miss like that. When he comes down and follows his blade down, because he struck hard, I'll come right back. So let's try that again. Swing hard. And as he does that here, I'll come right here. So I'll give him this opening. Let him go hard. Bang, right back in, okay? Look for him. When he comes hard, you think, oh, geez, there it is. There's the moment I'm waiting for. He swings hard, you make a miss. Maybe you come here and just pick it up. Be ready for it. Watch for that overstrike. When he strikes hard, bang, move out of the way, take advantage of it. Get him elongated out here or here, all right? That's what you want. Or this way, or this way. Maybe he comes down all the way here. When he hits the ground here, he's horribly out of position to defend or attack, all right? Watch for overstrikes. That's some of the best openings you'll ever get is an overstrike. So when you're practicing, I want you to review constantly how to identify these openings. I have this on my videotapes that I study. On my knife fighting tape, I watch that all the time. I put it in the section on identifying openings. I watch it again and again and again. What I want you to do at home is watch this segment of the tape right now, again and again and again, and think about identifying those openings. Burn them into your memory so that when you see them, you take advantage of them instantly. If you find yourself facing an experienced fighter armed with a saber or cutlass or any other weapon, if he's a smart fighter with lots of experience under his belt, you're going to have a hard time scoring on him with a single direct attack. You're going to have to learn how to set traps and ambushes and how to use feints, beats, false attacks, short attacks, large movements, feigned inattention, unorthodox postures, all kinds of stuff to get the openings you're looking for. Here's what I mean. I'm going to illustrate with Anthony some of the things that I do in sword fighting to create an opening so that I can land my attack. Lots of times I'll set an ambush from my posture. Maybe, and just wait, Anthony, maybe I'll make a big motion like this. I'll come outside of my nice guard position, slightly out of range. I'll make a big attack like this that I know is going to fall short. When Anthony comes forward, he sees my blades down, he says, Lynn has no guard. As he comes forward to take advantage of that, I'll just sneak right in here. See how I crouch a little bit like that? And I'll stick my point right there in the bar. As soon as I do that, I'm going to push off and get to this side on the male triangle because I am too close to his blade and I don't know what the damage is. But I'm going to look like I was in a bad position and try to tempt him into coming forward with an attack that I'm prepared to defend with. Sometimes I'll set an ambush I'll let my sword hand drift out like this, and I'm going to show him my thumb. When he goes to that line, I'm going to close it and zing right over at the top. So I might open this up a little bit and let that drift and let him come here like that. And I'm going to be prepared to pick that up. And a lot of times I'll just run through here like this and come and take that angle, okay? But I'm going to run right around him. I'm already made up my mind. When he goes here, I'm going to move and cut him, okay? I'm not going to stand still. I'm not going to hesitate. I'm going to give him this. I'm here and I'm going to go like this. Maybe I'll go like that and move. Maybe I'll go like this and come right down on his arm. Now, that was a little hard. As I dropped that stroke on his arm, I go, holy moly, I thought that was a little much. These aluminum trainers are dangerous. But what you do when you set a trap or an ambush is you've already made up your mind what you're going to do. You already planned where your next move is going to be. So sometimes I'll give him a false attack. Lots of times, I'll attack this hand, and that's not really what I want. From here, I'm going to come somewhere else, okay? I'll give him a false attack. I might attack this and get him to defend here at his hand, and what I really want to do is disengage and come across again. So I might come here and then just continue my attack. A false attack. I know he's going to pick up this one. I'm coming slow enough that I know he's going to pick this up. When he picks it up, I'm just going to move my point and run it up his forearm. That's what I want. I want to draw this defense. When he does that, I'm just going to replace the point in his hand, okay? That's my plan. It's a false attack. Sometimes I'll attack short. I really like this one. Sometimes I'll attack at his hand like this, and I might make it big. When he comes forward, I'm going to smash his blade. Now there I went on his hilt because I was going to use that slap, and I was afraid just now of smacking his hand. I could have easily done that, but I shortened my counter stroke to take, there I hit his blade, but I hit his hilt earlier. I don't want to break his arm, okay? So a lot of times you'll cut a little bit short, and you immediately take that hand or that other target. Let's see, what are some other ones I use? I use large movements. I like large movements. Sometimes I'll cut this way, and when he follows me, I'll make a big motion down at him. When he follows forward, I'll come again with a large motion. So sometimes I'll make a big circular attack. When he comes, and I'll pull back, and I'll rise and hit him when he's rising. So I'll use a big motion, and I'll follow it with another circular attack. I want to draw him out. So I make some kind of big motion to draw him out. I might make a big swing, being ready to pick that up and go right back with my point. I want to sucker him in. I want to do something that he thinks I've made a big opening. And I'm ready for that. And I stick him and I take him, okay? You want to have big motions. Play with big motions or large motions. Another time I'll look like I've lost my attention for a split second. I'll be moving around here like this, and I might expose my forearm, and I'll be ready for him to go on that. I'll let this drift. Now, I've told you again and again and again about keeping your sword in front, but I'll let my sword move. When I do that, there's that wrap stroke I taught earlier. When he looks to take advantage of this, I'm ready to pick that line up. Thank you, Jesus. I'll smack that on the side of his temple and take him out. Okay? Feigned inattention, giving him a false target, all those things are good. Sometimes I'll take an unorthodox posture. Sometimes I'll just sit with my saber here and give him the high line. Look at this. All that looks like it's open. I'm ready for that. I'm going to give ground. When he goes, I'm going to give ground and take it back and run in and kill him. Okay? Run on him, right? Now, you need to have in your repertoire lots of clever ambushes, traps, feints, beats, false attacks. Let's talk about beats. Anthony taught this earlier. All I want to do is move that blade for an instant, okay? I want to move that blade for an instant. I want to slap that blade and get in, okay? You can beat that all the time. Hey, there's no one that says that you can't pound on this thing. When someone's pounding your blade, it's upsetting. It's disconcerting. That thing rattles in your hand. You think, holy shit, man, look at that. It just opened up my whole hand just felt that reverberation. When I did that, I got that. All right? You can mess with his mind. You know, there's nothing civil here. We're fighting. My intent here is to take him out. I'm going to take his hand, and I'm going to take his body, okay? So you got to mess with him all the time. Feigning. Sometimes I'll feint high and bring him up, but I'll disengage and go right underneath, right? So I'll feint that thrust. Now, that's how he answers that. I'll feint and disengage and shove it right underneath his arm there. Now, let's talk about where I place my point. When I put my point in the center of his chest, he has a better chance or to parry it or to stop it with his alive hand. You can parry things on this side easier than over here. The further I get to my sword arm, the more difficult it is to parry. So if I get a chance, and I have a chance to rather put the point in the center or put the point here, I'm going to go as close to his sword arm as I can, because it's more difficult for him to pick that up with his alive hand or parrying hand. So I want to go in here if I can. All right? All those things you have to keep in your mind, and you have to work on these. You have to come up with your own. Everybody has to develop their own style of fighting. Lots of times, I'll stick my hand out here like this. I want him to go for my hand, and I'm going to drop on him. I'll pull back. When he goes for my hand, we'll just move around. He goes for my hand, and I'll just come up here. I'll drop clear on the ground as I move. When he goes, I'll drop on the ground, come right up. I'll drop my hand all the way low. How many people, you don't see competitive fencers drop their saber on the ground in the dirt? It just doesn't happen. Drop your saber down. Let him miss. Come right up. When he comes after you, let him miss and come up. There's all kinds of things you can do. When he comes after you, pull your saber back and circle it. Step in. Pull back and circle it. Okay? Now you can't do this mamby-pamby. If you're slow, he's going to recover in time to pick you up. When you pull yours back, like that, you have to, even if you miss, you have to be ready to defend like I was just then. All right? Whenever you're doing this, you think you're on the attack, don't forget, you're also on the defense. Just because you're planning some trap, some ambush, you got something in mind, some trick, you constantly have to defend as well. Set traps, set ambushes, learn how to feint, learn how to lure your opponent in, set him up, take him out, and emerge unscathed. Now I want to talk to you about how to use your saber and cutlass at close range. Because of the great reach of the saber and the cutlass and the fact that we have a very effective point and edge, it's harder for our opponent to try to rush you or to charge you and get to close quarters and grapple with you. Because unlike other weapons, it takes very little effort for me to put the point into him or to damage him very significantly with the edge. If I had a walking stick or cane, I have to deliver power to stop him. With a sword, I don't have to put very much power in there. All I have to do is get that point on him and push, and I've transfixed him with my blade. All I have to do is get that edge on him and pull, and I've cut him very severely. So it's less likely. However, desperate people do desperate things. And you can't rule out the fact that someone may try to rush you and take you at close quarters and try to grapple you to the ground where your sword is of less use. Look at this thing's 3 feet long. I'm going to be giving you some ways to shorten your sword and to fight at extreme close range, but it's of less use at close quarters than it is at long range. The main advantage, we've said again and again, is the reach of this saber or cutlass. You want to fight at long range. You want to use this for 6 inches. However, you can't always have it your own way. And sometimes some people will do what's very unexpected. They're going to charge you, especially if they have anything in their hand or that they can pick up to dominate your point. I'm going to call Anthony in here, and I'm just giving you some scenarios to think about, all right? Anthony's got a pseudo hatchet. This is made out of PVC pipe and foam with a boogie board head, okay? This is going to simulate a hatchet. If Anthony had this sword, I'm just going to switch here. If he's holding that sword and he's in on guard position, the only way I'm going to run in on Anthony is I'm going to try to dominate this point. Just allow me to get past it. Once I get past it, I'm going to try to run and capture that arm and do all kinds of close quarter work that I'm used to doing, okay? But it's a long ways in. To do this, it's very elusive. It's just absolutely fraught with peril for me to do that. But, hey, if he's going to kill me with that sword, no matter what, I'm going to have a go. So you have to have that same mindset. Sometimes people will pick up a shovel, a monkey wrench, a hatchet, a machete, whatever, knowing that they have an inferior weapon, knowing that if they try to stay at long range, you're going to kill them. They recognize that thing's 3 feet long. They have enough combat sense to know it's less useful here than it is out here where they have all that reach. So now I'm going to switch, and I'm going to give you some basic principles in how to deal with people charging. The first one is I want to teach you the quarter turn. Whenever anyone tries to get to here, come on in, Anthony, and just get chest to chest with me. We don't want to be here, all right? This is where a bigger, taller, stronger man has a big advantage, all right? I don't want to meet him chest to chest. I want to do all my power. When he comes in, I'm going to take a quarter step and let some of that force blow past me, just like that. And I'm going to show you that now in greater detail. What I want you to do is get in front of a mirror in your on-guard stance. You're going to imagine that guy charging at you. As he charges and he starts to envelop or dominate your blade, okay, the main thing I want you to do is I want you to take a little baby step with this foot to the side, and I want you to turn like this. What I want you to do is I want your chest now to go over here. So I'm here, I step, and I come this way. And I'm going to let that momentum come into me and flow past me. As it flows past me, I'm going to remember and be cognizant of all the fighting parts of my saber. I've got the point, the edge, the back of the edge, all the way down here. I've got the fork that I can grab. I've got the hilt that I can punch with. I've got the pommel that I can puño or smash with, okay? I want you to be cognizant of that. So when Anthony comes in now, he's got to deal with this. As he gets here, I'm still going to do this. Now watch. I hit him in the back of the head. Okay? Let's try that again. Now, be careful with this, eh? This is aluminum blade. He's got some padding there. When I just did that, I felt that meaty chunk, or that edge went through that padding. I can tell you, Anthony's a pretty tough guy. That didn't feel so red hot. So let's try that again. When he comes in here, I'm going to still defend myself like this. As I let him blow past, look what I have. Bang. I've got that. I can follow it around and spear his kidney. I can cut him here. I can cut him here. And I can just keep working that sword where I have a lot of control. I didn't have time to come back and get in a classic, beautiful on-guard fighting stance. I just worked with what I had, okay? That's how you're going to have to. This is called rough and tumble, brawling, if you will. And 200 and 300 years ago, people that fought in classic fencing salons also had to fight in the street, and they learned how to brawl with their saber too. Brawling with a saber isn't taught today. Saber fencing and cutlass fencing, sword fighting in general, if you will, is a sport, not a martial art anymore. But 200, 300 years ago, it was a flippin' martial art. So again, if he comes on this side, I can come here. Now, there, I took the back of his leg. That's what I had. All right, let's try that one more time. There, I just put this up here. And as he entered, I'll stick him again, and so on. That just gives you some ideas. That's called a quarter turn. Now, I want to show on this side, you can't always go to your right. I prefer, and it's usually safer, to take a step this way. But sometimes you're forced because of the nature. Maybe if he drives and dominates my sword, it goes to this side. When he dominates it, I have to turn here, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a baby step on this leg, just like that, when he ditches. As he enters, I'm going to come up here and let his momentum pass through me. I'm going to still defend here. Now, from here, the fastest thing for me to do is this. I'm going to come here, like that. Now I'm going to drop this edge over and push as I sail him, like that. I'm going to get him away from that hatchet. I'm going to push him away from me. As I push him away, I'm going to pull my edge through. What you do at close quarters, see, I also have to have the mindset that this is just a big knife. I'm going to use this just like a knife because the beautiful on-guard stance that I had at long range, where I can have it my way, disintegrates at close range. I have to adapt. I have to overcome the new circumstances. So I have to always be ready to improvise with this sword, never forgetting all of its many wonderful properties that I can use to defend myself. Now, one more time, I'm going to show that little pivot like this. You're going to let him blow through you as he comes through. Never meet him chest to chest. Don't get stuck here. When he comes in here, don't end up here like this. I don't want to be in front of all of his weapons. Get slightly to the outside. Here. Even as he starts to touch you, it's not too late. Even as this, feel that and let it come through. Okay? And you can come up here and continue your counterattack. Okay, that's one way. You use that quarter turn for when you're taking unawares. Yeah, it's almost beyond belief that someone would do that. Sometimes, though, it's so startling, they will do that, okay? So you're going to have to defend no matter what. You're going to have to use that. I want to show another way to get offline, hang on, Anthony, that I prefer even more. If you can see it coming. And the nice thing about the Saber is you can see it coming a lot easier. You're holding him out here. When he starts forward, you got 3 feet, hang on, you got 3 feet to watch his forward progression as he tries to deal with your point and get past it. So you have more time than if you had a knife or a shorter stick or whatever. So I've got 3 feet to watch that. So as I see him come in here, I can step and pivot. Here, bang, 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 bang. Let him have it continuously. So what I want you to learn how to do is I showed you the quarter turn, which is a baby step like this, and a baby step like this, and let that momentum blow through you. On the step and pivot, hang on, I want you to step further across and pull this leg back around you. You're going to get a better counterattack, and you're going to get further away from danger. This is something, this quarter turn is when you can't do anything else. You're stuck, and that's all you can do. It's far better, though, and more safe to step here. Look at how I can get my body now behind my blade here. When I come here, whack, I can get a lot of momentum, a lot of power. Same thing on this side. I can make that blade really whip, okay? That's the highest and best use of footwork to defeat the charge at close range. Let's go through it one more time. As he comes in, I'm going to step and pivot. See how I can get way out of range of his short weapon? When I step over here, as he enters, I step here, he doesn't have hardly anything, okay? He's a long flipping ways away from me. Same thing on this side. When he steps over here, I can take him here, I can take him here, I'll push him with that, I'll hit him again, and I just keep working him. I never stop. I'm going to tell you this, as Ron's told me, it's one of the best pieces of advice I ever got about fighting. Don't stop and admire your work. If you get that arm, you don't know what happened. Take it again. Hit him with that, okay? And hit him again. If he's still holding that, keep it going. He gets it till he's out of action, okay? That's how you fight at close quarters and defeat a charging opponent. One of the things I found out when fighting people that are used to using long weapons like a saber or cutlass is that for the most part, not all of them, but for the most part, they're very uncomfortable fighting at close range. And one of my strategies in fighting is to make the other guy do what he doesn't want to do, what he's not comfortable doing. And this is a proven strategy. You know, you don't wrestle a wrestler, you box him. You know, you don't box a boxer, you wrestle him. It's the same thing. A guy that's really comfortable using this last 6 inches of his saber, keeping you at the outside, he's probably not going to be very comfortable on the inside. And they don't teach fighting on the inside with sabers in sport saber fencing schools, okay? But I'm going to teach you now. There's a couple ways to get in that I found to be pretty reliable. I'm going to bring Anthony in now. And he's going to attack in slow motion. What I want to do is I want to show you, before he does anything, I want to show you some of my favorite ways to enter, to bring the fight to close range. Now, I'm going to teach you principles now, because everything changes. Once battle is joined, all plans go out the window. It's the same thing in a sword fight, all right? I want to teach you principles. And I want you to totally be cognizant of all of the tools of your sword. Now, when you're in fighting, one of the most important parts of your sword is this fort, because it's going to allow you to shorten your sword, and it's going to allow you to grasp it either this way or this way. Whatever the situation requires, you're going to be able to get a hold of your blade and add your leverage and add to the maneuverability of your sword. So remember that your fort, this portion right here, this side of the red piece of tape, that's going to be a big advantage when you're fighting inside. So when Anthony attacks, let's say he comes down with an overhead attack like this. I'm going to use a modified high number 1 in Kali. We would call this a roof block. And I'm going to come into this spot. Let's see that one more time. I want to show you the footwork. As I see that, I'm going to get offline. I don't want to stand underneath that heavy sword coming down. I'm going to come here. I'm going to get offline. As I move forward, I got to get forward pressure. Grab your courage, get offline, extend this arm. Now, keep pushing till you capture that arm. See this? This is important. I capture this arm right at the elbow. Now, I'm going to suck it in here like this and drop my body weight. I'm going to turn my hip and rack that elbow. What I want to do is break his elbow. Now, I'm pretty close here. I'm going to hit him now with my brass knuckles right here. I'm going to move his head back. That gives me a little bit more room. I'm going to pull my edge down to here. Now look where my point is. From here, I'm going to use this hip and drive that point right in. I'm still controlling this sword. I push him back. I cut him here. Now I switch to a bayonet grip and I pass through and stab him again. Keep thinking. Keep progressing all the way through. What you want to do is find some way to dominate his blade long enough for you to step, to get to here, to dominate this. Now I'm close. I may bring this back around in a hooking punch like that. I may bring it around, and I have to be careful. He has no protection on the back of his head. And a wrap. When I wrap that head, he's going to move. If that clears here, I'm going to hit him, help him move again. Now I may insert the point here. I still may come back here, deal with that hand, deal with that hand, deal with that face. Okay? As long as he's holding that sword, never forget, you're only a microsecond away from being killed. That point, if you lose control of that point here, I don't want to lose control of this sword arm, right? I don't want him to get room to maneuver that. I don't want him to okay, when he does this, see how I roll here? Bang goes the headbutt, right? Bang goes the knee break. Bang goes the edge, all right? Now I hit him with the brass knuckles. Now I pull down to the groin. There's no room. I push forward with my hips and drive that blade right through the groin. I'm still monitoring this, right? Maybe I come here and hit that again. You never stop till you're convinced he's totally out of action. You're never safe, remember, you're never safe till that's on the ground. Never, never, never. He could be falling backwards with his face wiped open and just hit you. Crack. Now, maybe you're missing your eye the rest of your life. How many of you want to go without your eye? Not me. Maybe he hits you in the mouth, knocks out all your teeth, breaks your jaw. Maybe your jaw never lines up again. You can never eat corn on the cob. That'd be a killer for somebody who likes to eat like me, huh? So you don't want to be maimed by not paying attention to the fact that he's still got that sword. So let's go back and I'll show you some other ways. Any time that you can get here, or on this side, I like to use this, is from here. Here, now watch. Here's a good one I like. I shoot my elbow across and pull down. Now I can wrap here, reach around here, and just throw him right over my leg. I've still got a hold of that sword, and I just come in here, strip that away. Look at his kidney right here. I've also got a break on that elbow right there. Dominate his blade as you step in. What you can't do is you can't lose control of that blade. It's scary, and I learned this from knife fighting a long time ago. You have to learn to step in to an attack. If you don't step in, you can never get him to close quarters. Any way I can get here. Now, I still haven't controlled this. I've got to be cognizant of where he's moving. I still want to get that. Watch this. Slice him here. Stab him here. Kick this out. Throw him down. Press him down. Slice the back of his neck. Stab him in the base of the cerebellum. Well, I pin him. I can come over here and keep more weight on him. Okay? Want you to think about that. Use this other hand to help you all the time. Never forget, you've got a point, an edge, and a beautiful pair of brass knuckles that don't give. That's just a few insights in fighting at extreme close range. Now I want to give you some ideas on what to do when you move to close quarters and it starts not to go your way. You think you enveloped his arm and you're going to go to work on him with his sword, but he puts something in the mix that stymies your forward progress. He circles your arm, he counters you. You've got to stay in the fight now. I want to show you how you can get back on top and take him out, even though he's interrupted your game plan. So I'm going to have Anthony put his helmet on, because even like I said, these trainers are flipping dangerous, you know, so we still have to be really careful. When I'm on guard here and I look for my opening and he cuts and I enter. When I come here, he may grab that hand, all right, and envelop me. As soon as he does this, I'm going to drop my weight and drive forward as I shove my right arm forward, here, like that, okay? That's what I want to get. I'm going to push forward again with my hips to get to here. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over here and grab my fort of my blade. I'm going to turn it upside down, bring it up, and stab him just like this in the collarbone. Whop. And drive it all the way through the center of his body. Never forget that you can shorten your sword. There's lots of things you can do that. We'll get here in this tangled position, and he's grabbed me. I can get over here. The principles are, because he's a bigger guy than me, I drop my body weight, get my center of gravity low, get my hips in closer, shove that arm through, free my sword, right? I could come here like this and bludgeon the shit out of him right there. He isn't expecting that. Here's some more ideas. You come here, you get tied up, he grabs you, you grab your fort, okay? You lift it up and you stab it right into his leg, right here. I don't want to wreck his slacks, I went very gingerly there, but you shove it right through his leg. You can come back here and wrap, push, and bayonet him, just like that. I've referred to this fort a lot. One of the things that makes our infighting work with the saber and cutlass is this dull fort of the blade right here. It's allowed me to adapt a lot of things I've learned in 20 years of stick fighting to the long saber and cutlass. This is really important. I've said this again and again, get very comfortable using it. It'll stand you in good stead. Let's look at some other ones. He cuts here, I shove across, he envelops this somehow, okay? From here, don't be afraid to switch hands. I'm going to push into him, drive that through, rip it out, hit him. Hit him with the back of the blade. Watch that, dominate that, cut that, come up, and take whatever open, just like that. Let's see that again. I come here. I get inside here. He grabs that right. From here, I can shoot this out. I can drop it back here, like this. I want to get on this side of him. Well, now watch. I'm going to lose control of this arm, but I'm going to take that space up with my chest, here, like this, so he can't move that sword, and I'm going to push him, cut him, and kill him. Learn to improvise. Put yourself, I can't tell you what to do in every scenario, but if you put yourself in this position enough where you're here or you're here, from here, he's going to do something. Drop that blade over. Now right now, I've got this throw right here. I've got his arm trapped in here, right? I can go for a break, or I can just switch and cut him here. His kidney's right here now. Take that kidney, stab him all through the leg, whatever I want to do. I got him, okay? Immobilize. Think about how you can immobilize his sword arm. Hold it so that he can't move it. You don't want this sword to break loose. You don't want to be, once you make contact with his sword, from here, I don't want that to start moving. See, from here, I'm going to just drop here and push my body weight down and through. See that? Who's cutting who now? And I take that foot right there. I'll cut it, stab it right through his ankle. I'll step on the ankle, rip the sword out. Now, 1, 2, 3. Break his ankle. If he rolls over and shows that ankle, thank you, Jesus. I love to stomp things. I'm good at it. That's the mindset, the attitude I want you to have in infighting. Play with it. You'll be glad you did. Now I want to give you a few more ideas on how to deal with an opponent at close quarters when things aren't entirely going your way and he's starting to tie up your blade. What happens when somebody ties up your blade is they limit your ability to move your cutlass or saber. You don't have a lot of room to move it because your arm or your elbow, your shoulder is being manipulated. When that happens, there's two ways that are good to respond. You can saw and you can hack. Sawing is simply taking the edge of your sword and running it back and forth as you push in with forward pressure on his appendage or his trunk or his head or face. You can saw on the arm, you can saw on the neck, you can saw on the head, you can saw on the hand, you can saw on the leg, or the shins, or even the foot. You can saw anything that's exposed. The other way, when you have no room to swing your sword, is you can hack. If Anthony comes in here, give my little salute, and I envelop, and he tries to do this, I want to break this arm free. I may drag back and just start hacking at his calf, just like that. I've still got a hold of this, and his attention's going here. He's going to want to stop that. When he grabs a hold of this, I may come here and push him away like that. Now, I'm still watching that blade. If he comes here, I may do that. Again, hammer him here, drop on him, and right here, shove that right through his gut pile. Okay? Want you to think about hacking. Now remember, I've said this again, I'm going to reiterate it, until that sword's out of the way, there's not much I can do right here, except I can saw right in here. You think that feels good? He's already dropped his blade. I kick that out of the way, and I let him have it. Okay? If you find your blade tangled up in close quarters, and it's jammed here, right? You can switch sometimes. From here, I'm going to switch over here. Now, I can hack here, just like this, at that calf. Does that feel good, Anthony? No. No. Now, I can come back here, wrap the back of his head. As I come here, I have to be cognate so that that blade, again, can come here. And I'll kill him again. Always, if you're not controlling that blade, look for it to come again. So remember, sawing is just running your blade back and forth. It could be, obviously, the fort's not going to work too well. It works really good against the face, though. Even on the arm here, if I go like this, does that feel good? Nuh-uh. Especially if I take the fort here and go saw on his face, he's going to come off me like lightning. Take this. Take a steel saber. Put it against your face and go like that. Just a tiny bit. You aren't going to like it. You're going to move away from that. Chop, chop. So, sawing with the edge or hacking. Remember, when you hack, you're picking the target, you're hitting it repetitively in the same place. I'm not coming back here and swinging from the bleachers all the way in. I don't have much room here for whatever reason. Sometimes I'm just using my hip. Now, if he was in this position here like this, I'm going to exchange his balance here. Now, see how I can saw at his thigh till I can clear my blade? I can saw at his thigh, and I can angle my point up, stab him under the armpit, push his hip, and if I wanted to, I'll throw my sword. Never give up. If you keep in your mind all the properties of your sword, you'll excel at infighting. Where you get stuck in infighting is you forget what tools are available to you. And then you don't have a response. If you can remember that you can grab the back of your blade anywhere, you can grab your blade by the fort, that you can use the point, the edge, the hilt, and the pommel, that you can use the flat of the blade, that you can, and put your helmet on again, I want to go into this. I can push him with my blade, okay? I can push any part of his body from here. I can come in here, put this on here, and just drive him off and push him. So I can push with my blade. I can pull him with my blade, here, like this, right down here into a throw. Grab that, step over here, and get an arm bar. Kneel on his head, stick in my point, whatever I want to do, okay? So you can push with your blade, you can pull with your blade. Got your mask on? I can slap him with my blade, all right? I can punch him, I can hammer him, okay? I can lever him with my blade all the way to the ground, down, okay? Take that leg, here, and here. Watch that sword. He's still right there. See how you rack? This is the principle I taught earlier. He overstruck. When he came over here, anticipate which way his sword's going to come. He doesn't have a lot of options from there. When he comes over here, swing through. When he thinks through here, stick that right there. Move this way. If he goes again, here. There, you got him here. Now, from here, drive that down. Use your head. There's only certain ways that you can move anything, all right? If you drill and you practice, you'll start seeing, On this spot, he can only move this way, really. From here, he can only move this way. If you do it a lot, it'll become second nature to you, and you'll be terrific at infighting. So practice it. Now, I roughed Anthony up quite a bit for this video. Don't be going this hard with your training partners to start with, all right? Build up to this kind of stuff. Anthony's a tough guy. I've been working with him for a number of years. He's used to me. I'm used to him. Not everybody is going to want to do this at first. Build up to it. Take it gradually. Show respect. Don't get overexcited. Don't be careless. Don't be unsafe. Have a lot of fun. Learn how to fight at close range. The major emphasis of this presentation has been how to oppose another saber or cutlass with your saber and cutlass. But in actuality, on the street, it'll be very rare for you to be attacked by an opponent wielding a saber and cutlass. The principles on how to defend yourself are the same, though. But now I want to show you what it's like to oppose a different weapon with your saber and cutlass. Sometimes you're going to find people attacking you with short, heavy weapons. This could be a hatchet, a hammer, a pipe wrench, a brick. A lot of the principles are the same. What I want you to do is to remember when you're posing a short, heavy weapon that you don't want them, especially like a heavy pipe wrench or a heavy hatchet or an engineer's hammer, you don't want them to hit your blade, okay? Because their weapon may weigh as much as 5 pounds and yours only weighs 2 or 3 pounds. There's a weight difference there that you don't want to give up. You don't want to clash and meet force to force with a weapon that's much heavier than yours. You want to use, again, I'll reiterate, your reach. So I'm going to have Anthony come out here, and I'm just going to show you quickly some of the principles that you can use when you're posing a short, heavy weapon. So Anthony, why don't you come on guard? This is like what I talked about earlier, is when you see somebody armed with another weapon, you assess what's he doing. Okay, he's switching it back from side to side, he's holding its front, he's square to me. I really notice right now that he's emphasizing on this. I'll probably come over here and take that hand. I'll tell you why. He thinks this is it. I'm going to hit you with that big heavy hammer. He's forgot that this hand is out in front, it's not back, it's not armored, it's not protected. I'll look at this and take that. And I'll give him something to think about. I'll just come in here, snap cut that, and then come immediately over here. So I'll take this hand, and when his mind for a split second goes to here, and it will, when his mind goes to here, my edge goes to here, right? I'll slip back, let that pass through, and I may come right underneath his arm here and finish him right there, okay? Now, here's some other strategies you can use. When you see that weapon in front of you, is you start attacking it with light snap cuts. You're not making big motions, okay? Deal with this hand first at long range. One hit on the fingers, just right there, and I miss there, and I come here and I take the forearm, or I stick him. I can stick him here. Work that hand. Stay at long range. You got 3 feet of blade almost, and another 3 feet of arm. You can stay 6 feet away from him almost. Some of you guys that are tall, I'm only 5'9", so I always say, I'm not too fat, I'm too short. I'm challenged vertically. Some of you guys are really tall and got long arms. Use that reach that God gave you. Stay out here and pick off his hand, okay? Go after that hand. Now, one thing you can do is non-stop, unremitting attacks on his hand. So he puts that in his right hand, and now I have to be gentle because he's not going to take very many of these. And I'm constantly moving at that hand all the time. And I'm not staying in front of him. Every time he moves, I want to get an angle on him. I want to get an angle on him. Constantly moving at that hand. Sometimes I might stick that hand. Now I just pulled back there because I didn't want to run into my point. Again, this trainer will hurt your opponent really badly when you're training with him, okay? Don't, when he's feeding you this and you're practicing that, don't stick this full force into his hand. He'll wreck his hand. It'll be the end of your training for months, okay? That's one way to oppose that. Okay, let's switch to another weapon. Let's get that short shovel out here. Again, now, here's something that's different now. On this shovel, I want you to be aware of, he has a hook here on either side that can envelop and trap your sword. It's the same thing with that hammer, but to a lesser extent, because that head doesn't stick very far at right angles from the handle. But the further he gets a weapon with a right angle projection to the shaft, the more chance he has to hook and dominate your blade. So be cognizant of that. When you're analyzing what kind of weapon does that guy have, think about it. Is there any projection in here that allow him to hook and trap my sword blade and allow him to enter? So keep that in mind. Now the principles on this shovel, now remember now, he's got a point here that he can stab with. You get hit in the mouth or the face with that point of that shovel, probably kill you. It's certainly going to knock you for a loop. Very dangerous. He's got sharp edges here, and he's got a flat. So hang on for a second. I can hack and chop with this. I can stab, and I can bludgeon. A shovel like this is a fantastic weapon, and someday we'll probably do a DVD on just how to fight with a short shovel like this. Again, what you want to do is you want to attack that hand. Move, attack that hand. Attack that hand. Pick up that hand. I don't care which one it is. Pick up that elbow, pick up that hand, pick up that hand. Just like that. Anytime he crosses over and shows you this hand this way or the back of his hand, those are both sweet openings, okay? When he opens to hit you and when he comes this way to hit you, either time you see that hand or forearm open, take it. Now, you can also use your point. You can stay further away in greater safety using your point than you can with your edge. When I'm here, but look at how far away I am here. I can stay 6, 7 inches further away by using my tip of my blade. So if you have really good point control, you can get an extra margin of safety by using your point to oppose people holding other weapons. He doesn't have a pointing weapon. It's not for stabbing, really. You do. You have a beautiful stabbing instrument when you have a saber and cutlass. So don't neglect that. Use that point when you're opposing short, heavy weapons. Cut the hands at every opportunity. Now I want to give you some insights on how to oppose a medium-length heavy weapon with your saber. One of the most common weapons you're liable to face in America is a baseball bat or a reasonable facsimile of that. It might be a heavy pipe or something else that's about 3 to 4 feet long and weighs 3 or 4 pounds, okay? Most baseball bats aren't quite that heavy, but you get the idea. Now before I do that, I want to show you what you can typically expect from people attacking with a baseball bat. Now I love a baseball bat as a weapon, and I have a whole lot of tricks and a whole bunch of stuff that I do with a baseball bat. But most people don't know its potential and don't really know how to wield it, so they use it like this. If they're right-handed, they'll say something like, "I hate your guts," or something that shows emotion and hate, and they're going to swing forehand at you like this. They're going to cross and swing backhand. They may cross again, swing forehand. Now, from here, they're either going to retract and go for another one, or maybe they're going to come back here and they're going to decide, I'm going to go to the caveman, and they're going to come down a couple times. Now, they may come down at angles like this. Most people that don't have a lot of training can only hit forehand strokes. They can only hit downward, diagonal, or horizontal. They have almost no ability to deliver an effective backhand. So don't be surprised if people attack you this way with a baseball bat continuously. All right? Those are the strokes that you're going to get from most people. You can oppose this with your saber from relative safety because of your enormous reach. When he's got to shorten that to hit you, see how he's already shortened that to load up? He has to bring power. You've got a point. Just a few ounces of pressure on this point will allow that to perforate him and transfix a vital organ. It doesn't take hardly anything. So what I want you to do when you're opposing a baseball bat is, if you have the space and the time and everything, hang on, to get in your on-guard stance, dominate the center line. Get that point in his face. Make him feel like he has to deal with that. Now, you can disengage like that as he comes through and engage on his arm here as he starts again. Or you can disengage, and cut his hand right here when he comes over the top like that. Now, from here, I wouldn't stand there. I'm either going to get back out Or I'm going to rush in. When he's up here and I'm up here, I'm going to rush in here. And I'm going to give him one of those and turn his elbow. I'm not going to stand underneath his power. I'm not going to sit there when you're here. And this is a principle in infighting, right? I'm going to lift this and turn him. Now, I may bayonet him here with that. I'm going to be cognizant that if he goes, I'm going to come here again. Now, from here, I'll come up and cut across again. Keep working him. Again, remember all of our infighting secrets. So, what I like to do against a heavy weapon, though, like this, my favorite technique, let's just back up just a smidge, is I want to give ground from the first attack, and I'll give ground, and I'll intercept the second, just as he winds up. Before he crosses his centers, he's coming around with that second attack. This is when you put in your counter. Let the first one go by. If you let the first one go by, you can judge him. Now, it's a good idea to step on an angle. We've alluded this before about how distance equals time. When I go back on the male triangle, I go here, and I go back on the male triangle. It gives me time to judge that swing coming in. It gives me more time to judge that and to hit that hand. As I go back here, I'll come back, and I'll step to this side, and I'll drop right down here like that. Now, if he keeps crashing through, as I drop, I'll meet him here, like this. I'll take my flat of my hand, watch. The flat of my hand here, I'll put it here on the flat of my blade, right here on the fort if I can. I don't want to cup it, because if that crashes through, I don't want my fingers to be caught on the anvil of the blade and crushed against this, okay? So I leave it flat like that, and as he comes through, come on the backhand. When he comes through here, I'll catch it like that. Now, here's a really cool thing that you can do that we talked about earlier, is see where I can hook him here now and pull him right around me like this and just keep him going and work him. You can pull him and just throw him wherever you want. The saber is a leverage tool. It's good for pushing, pulling, and leveraging. So don't forget that. You can use the point against this long, heavy weapon. Again, you fade and you intercept right in his face. Just disengage and take the center line again. You can also disengage on the high line. I can come here and he misses and I drop on the top of his head. So it can be very confusing. All of a sudden this point's in his face, it comes up and it comes back. And it hits him right here on the head, splits his forehead open, blood rains down his face. He's a changed man. Those are just a couple ways that you can oppose a heavy weapon with a saber. I have a huge affinity for the spear. I truly believe the spear is the king of all handheld weapons. It gives you an enormous advantage in a fight. You can reach your opponent at a safe range and at a distance he can't even touch you. The spear can stab, slash, hack, cut, and chop. You can smash with the butt. You can bludgeon people with it. You can slap them with it. It's just an absolutely fantastic weapon, and it's extremely difficult to oppose with any lesser weapon. A weapon shorter than the spear has an enormously hard time dealing with it. Now, if you're armed with a saber and you come up against somebody armed with a spear, you've got a really hard row to hoe. In Japan, even the best sword fighters were extremely wary and had great respect for anybody armed with a yari, the traditional spear. They knew that they were in a lot of hurt if they had to fight that guy, and that the odds weren't with them. But there's a few things I can show you that will stand you in good stead if you're ever so unfortunate as to have to oppose a spearman with your saber. I'm going to have Anthony come out now and bring my saber. And because the spear is so elusive, just in case I'm wearing safety glasses, I would normally, of course, wear a fencing helmet anytime I trained against a spear, but it does limit my ability to talk to you. So I'm going to wear the bare minimum protection because I'm also quite wary of the spear. Now, the first thing you want to do when you're facing a spear is, when you come on guard, is you don't want to chase that point. If he starts to pump that spear at you, give ground and move, okay? Don't stand in front of that. If someone pumping that spear and feigning like that, you'll never keep up with them with your saber. So you're going to have to get on your bicycle and move and slap that blade or attack that blade if he starts pumping it, okay? Now, if you're here like this and he lunges at you, you can parry. Let's see that again. When you parry, try to grab that. Almost when you parry, get off line and run in. Once you get past the point, they used to have a saying in the 1800s when they're facing lancers on horseback with sabers. Once you got past the point, it was like killing rabbits. Once you get past the point on that launch here, you can run in with impunity, okay? Cut that hand and take him out, okay? The difficulty, of course, is getting past that ever-elusive, always darting point. Very difficult, okay? So what I want you to do is use the defenses that Anthony taught you earlier in this presentation. Try to hold your mud. Try to stay. If he goes low, pick him up with a 2. If he goes low on the other side, pick him up with a 1. Come back in here and take that hand. Try not, as much as possible, try not to chase the blade. Don't come here, don't come here, don't come here. Don't come out of your guard. Don't come out of your stance. Because you will never win doing that. Just hold still, Anthony. You'll never win chasing that blade. If he's starting to feint you and pump and do all this stuff, you got to give ground or move laterally or diagonally. Don't stand in front of it, okay? The other thing you can do is, at any chance you get a chance to, beat that blade. If you see that for a split second, beat it out of the way. Beat it out of the way. When you beat it, run! Try to, if you can, get to here and circle it, okay? Once you get a hold of it, you've got a chance. Always strive to keep pushing in closer and closer to the spearman. Take his hand holding it, then take his face or take his body. You've got to get used to running forward on a spear. The other thing is you want to run on a spearman. When you're here, run on him. Constantly run on him, because where he does best is straight in front. He wants to, ideally, he wants you to be straight in front of him. When you're moving on him, he's always adjusting. That's when I move in, okay? Don't stand in front of him. Attack his spearhead. Beat it out of the way whenever you see an opportunity. Beat it out of the way, okay? You can also try to cut his spearhead off. That's a long road to hoe. On a piece of tough ash or rattan or white waxwood with your saber, it'll take you quite a few blows to cut the head off that spear. You'll need something like a great sword that we sell to cut that spear shaft or to damage that spear shaft. You won't easily do it with your saber. So the main thing to remember is to keep your blade in front. Move when you parry. Move when you parry and sling that blade. Move when you parry and come in. Try not to stand in front of him. Move. Just come back. Move. And try to get on your point. Drop on his hand. Drop on his face. Okay? Very, very difficult to oppose this with a saber. But sometimes you have no choice. You have to fight with what's in your hand. And if you fight a spearman, those are some things that you can do that will help even the odds and give you a fighting chance. As you've heard, I'm a huge admirer of the spear. And I think it's just a terrific weapon. The only good thing is it's not a super popular weapon for civilian carry today. You don't see very many people walking the highways and byways of America toting a spear. You may run into it on a very, very great occasion, but it's a pretty archaic weapon that a lot of people aren't using, aren't carrying, and you're unlikely to encounter it. But one long weapon you are going to encounter that's everywhere is the long-handled shovel. A long-handled shovel is the modern-day equivalent to the ancient spear. It's everywhere. On my way to work every day, I drive through an agricultural area for about 3.5 miles. The other day, as I was coming to work, I just counted how many shovels like this I saw. There was about 7 shovels in just a 3.5 mile ride. They're everywhere. They're sometimes shut through the grill work and the front of a pickup truck. They're in the bed of the pickup truck. They're on the rack on the pickup truck. They're in car trunks. They're just everywhere. In almost any agricultural setting in America, you're going to see a long-handled shovel. I don't know of hardly a farm worker or a farmer that doesn't carry a shovel in his car or doesn't carry one around when he's working. They're just flipping everywhere, from opening up draining ditches to all kinds of outdoor work, garden work. They're just everywhere. They're in every garage. They're in every nursery. They're in every tool shed. They're just omnipresent. This is a fantastic tool, but it's also a very, very effective weapon. A couple years ago, I saw on television a TV program where these two guys were trespassing, riding their motorcycles on this rancher's property in Arizona. And they'd gone through a locked gate and everything. They were definitely there uninvited and illegally. And the owner pulls up and asks them to leave. Now, these guys were young, in their 20s, full of juice, had a lot of beans, and they started mouthing off to the guy and were pretty ornery and disrespectful. Well, one guy started crowding the elderly gentleman. He was probably in his early 60s, and he had a shovel in his hand. And while he was running his mouth advancing, that farmer took one step and went bang in the mouth. Knocked out a whole bunch of teeth, broke his jaw, broke his face, put that guy out of commission for 3 months. The laws being what they are in Arizona, the farmer, of course, was exonerated, okay, for using that shovel. I mean, he just totaled that guy one stroke in the mouth with a blunt shovel. The edge of this shovel will break bones and crush things like you won't believe. It can be used for thrusting or hacking and slashing and cutting attacks, chopping attacks. It's a good idea that you have some idea how to pose a shovel with your saber. It's a hard weapon to pose because of its great length. But again, like the spear, there's a few things that you can do to defend yourself against it. I'm going to have Anthony come in. And one of the things about the shovel, it's a little less lethal than a spear. Even though that this front edge, just hold it here, can break bones and crush things, it's not a pointed weapon like a spear. It doesn't have almost knife-like sharp edges on the sides of it either. Yeah, you can get hacked with this edge of this shovel, and it could break your arm or break your leg, but it's unlikely to cut your arm all the way in half or cut your leg all the way in half like a big boar spear that we might do. So it's a little less lethal, but it's certainly nothing to be trifled with. It's a very dangerous weapon. What you want to do, again, just like with the spear, you don't want to chase that shovel. When he thrusts at that shovel, you want to get here. Now, here's a nice thing about this. Once I get on this projection here, he has a hook and I have a hook. He can hook my blade, but I also have his blade. So if I parry here and I can get to here, I've got a chance to come over here and grab that and slide down. So that's your goal when you parry this thing. Get here, step here, and disengage on the low line. Cut that, and just turn your point and run it in, okay? You want to get a hold of the handle at all costs with the shovel. Again, lots of times there's a ferrule right here. You're not easily going to cut the head off that. There's a ferrule or a socket here. You're not easily going to cut the head off that shovel with your saber, but you can direct it out of the way. When he's got the shovel, maybe he's just there threatening you with it, and you've got your saber. Beat that thing out of the way. Come right here on the side, beat it, and run in and grab it, and attack him with your saber. If he doesn't go, you go. Dan and Asanta used to tell me, count to 3, Len. When you're facing somebody, go 1, 2, 3. If he hasn't gone 1, 2, 3, you go. Don't wait. 1, 2, 3, and beat and come in, okay? If he doesn't go, you go. So as soon as you come on guard and you see that, if he attacks, defend and pick that hand up. If he doesn't attack, beat it out of the way and you attack, all right? Don't wait. That's another tactic that you can use on that shovel. You always want to move on that person and make him move because he may make mistakes. If you can get on the side of him like that, he may give you that arm. Look for him to raise. Remember, we talked about this in identifying openings. Look for that exposed hand and stick your point in. Stick your point in, okay? Look for him to load with that shovel. If he swings, step off line, get here. Now here's another spot where you can use that bayonet technique. When he swings here, step in on that female triangle. Reinforce your parry right here. Slide your blade down all the way, like that. Take him out. If he swings backhand, again, step forward on that female triangle right here. Catch it on the fort. Turn your point, shove it in, okay? You can see even with this foam trainer, when he swings it, the leverage, swing backhand again, see the shock of this thing. Even when I pick it up on my fort, it's still a lot of power. From here, all I have to do is drop my point, push in. I'm inside, okay? Get inside the swing. Watch for him. If he stabs you in the body with that, you might have some broken ribs. He may break something. The thing you've got to really worry about with shovel is your face. Keep your blade a little bit higher. If he goes low for your leg, use your leg replacement. Come back, target his hand, target his face. But protect your face at all costs. Don't let him get your face. Go to the face, move off line. Go to the face, move off line. but don't stand in front of a thrust at your face. Okay? Move on him. When he thrusts at your face, get ready. Drop, drop, take him out. That's how you pose somebody armed with a shovel. For years, I've read in historical novels about the practice of throwing one's sword. I've also seen it in movies where two men are about to duel and the seconds instruct the principals there will be no throwing of swords. I guess a lot of people think throwing the sword is an unfair practice. I personally believe in throwing the sword, and I'm here to show you today how you can throw your sword to save your life or to preserve the life of your loved ones. There's lots of different ways to throw the sword. I'm going to start at close range and show you some options. The first throw I want to show from about a sword and a half's distance away. I can't quite reach him with my sword, and I'm a little short with my furthest lunge. Let's just back up even a tad more. So, from my on-guard stance, all I'm going to do is throw the sword like that. Let it go, and you can see the penetration I got, about 12 inches. If you get that in your gut pile, you're in serious hurt. Show that again. You're outside even your lunge distance. I can't quite reach him, but I can right in the 9 ring. With a little bit of practice, you'll be an old hand at sticking that sword just about where you want it. Right there, 10 ring. It doesn't get better than that. Look at the penetration. That far. Hey, I've seen people shoot into hay bales with 35, 40-pound bows and not get this much penetration. You see, the sword is about 2.5 to 3 pounds. It's got a very sharp point, all steel. It slides in like butter. Even a weak throw that you think, doesn't have much chance of succeeding or don't have a lot of power on it, you can get a lot of penetration. If you get that into somebody's chest, that 7.5 inches of blade into his lungs, into his heart, into his liver, he's had it. He's curtains. Now, that's one way to throw your sword. All you do is you just push forward. Let's walk through that a little bit. What I want you to do is line your shoulder up exactly where you want that point to go, right directly in line with my shoulder. I'm going to extend forward, drive forward, push my sword blade out, and release, just like that. Get yourself some hay bales. I think I've got about 8 hay bales here. You interlock them, wrap them with cellophane like that, put up your target, and practice. You'll be surprised how quickly you'll get good at this. Here's another way to throw your sword from a little bit more distance. From here, I can step forward and arc my sword in, right into his head like that. Or I can take it down lower, here, right there. I hit him probably in the liver. Let's try back from a little further. Again, one of the things you want to be careful with this overhand throwing method is when you come over to line this shoulder up, don't throw it out here and have to arc too much. You want it to come straight this way, just like that. You'd be surprised how far you can throw your sword effectively with this method. It just tends to sink in there, just like that. Perfect 10. Now I'm going to show you another method on how to throw your sword. A third way to throw your saber or cutlass is with what I call the Zulu method. I use this method of throwing with a spear or a short assegai, and it transfers over very nicely to throwing a saber or cutlass. All you do is from your on-guard position, you're going to throw your sword up and you're going to re-grab it. From here, you're going to rotate it and you're going to take a step forward and throw, just like that. Now, you can throw a sword a surprising distance with this method. I can come back here. a good 15 feet away from here. Throw my blade up, catch it, throw. Look at that. A good 12 inches of penetration from 15, 16 feet away. A little bit of practice. You throw it up, grab it by the fort, step in, throw. You stick the blade 10 inches or 12 inches into this silhouette, anywhere through the body. He's got that sticking out of him. He's in a world of hurt. And you can hit him up to 15, 16 feet away, throwing your saber or cutlass. There are a lot of resources available to you if you want to learn how to do saber fencing or épée or foil fencing. There's books, DVDs, schools, all kinds of resources. But when Anthony and I decided to do this DVD, we agreed there weren't too many sources available to teach you how to fight combatively with a saber or cutlass. So we decided to put together all the things that we've learned as a help to educating people and how to use this fantastic weapon to defend themselves and their loved ones with. I hope that you've enjoyed our presentation and that you've learned something. I want to encourage you to train diligently and to train safely. Always keep the safety of your training partner in mind, and you'll progress by leaps and bounds because you'll be able to train year in and year out, and you'll soon be able to defend yourself with a saber and cutlass. As you get more experience in fighting, you'll find that the hands and the arms are going to be your most accessible targets. Against an experienced fighter that's got lots of time in training like Anthony and many, many hours of sparring, it's hard to get thrusts or good cuts on his torso or his head. The arms and the hands are going to be your primary targets. So when you're training like we do, we usually start trying to work over the opponent's hands and arms and then progress towards his torso and his head and try to work those strikes in when we have a good opportunity. It's a long ways in to attack the torso and a long ways out to get out safely. So a deep attack, a penetrating attack that goes to the torso or the head is fraught with peril for the person initiating the attack. So you have to have a good opening, and you have to be very on your game and very defensive minded after you score to get out again without being hit by his riposte. You've got to be on the top of your game. So it's always fraught with peril. It's a little safer to attack the hands and arms and get that opponent's weapon out of his hand first, cut him so badly that he can't continue to attack, and then you can deal with him more severely if the situation calls for it. There I saw, as Anthony came in here and he pushed on this attack, I got here, and I came on the side of his thumb here, and I just ran my edge down. It was pretty gentle. I don't want to break his thumb, and I don't want to take a snapping motion with my fingers like that with this edge, because I'll bust his thumb, because his thumb is caught on the anvil of his hilt right here. Put your thumb down. If I smack that hard like that, I'll break his thumb. So I try to be a little more gentle there. There I got his hand again. Now, that wasn't the best blow in the world. I didn't get my point or my edge on. What I did, when he came forward, as he started coming forward with his blade was thrusting forward, coming in here, I came down here and hit him with the side of my blade. Now, we're showing a lot of respect for each other. He has to go back to his family and his routine, and so do I. I can't break his hand when we're training. But when you're fighting, you take that flat of the blade. Even if you can't get the edge on or the back of the blade, you can take the flat, same sword. You can come here, and when the adrenaline's up and you're in fear of your life, you're going to smash that hand. That's going to hurt like crazy. When you get that smash, bang, you go to the cut, you move in, and you take him out. So never forget to use all the parts of your sword or saber or cutlass. Like I've said before, you need to be really cognizant of all the fighting attributes of your sword. There, Anthony put the point into my wrist. There I come in and stick the point underneath. Here I came in here from below and let my point rise up and picked up what I get, finger or thumb?
A piece of the palm.
A little piece of the palm. I'll take it. There Anthony did a compound attack. Took me to this side, then threatened this side over here, and I picked it up, but I had no riposte. There, as I retreated backwards, what I did is I moved backwards. Anthony felt an opening, a void that he tried to fill. What I wanted to do was lure him in by dominating the center, coming up and down with my blade, hoping to smash his hand here or take him from the top. It's really important that you control center. We're going to go a little slower. There, I got a little bit of the piece of his arm. It's a very good attack. You can't fall under pressure under his attack. Almost. Anthony took me to one side, and then he tried to go around with this curved blade to go around and attack the other side of my body. I just picked up, wasn't the best parry in the world, but sufficient. Not only did we fight with the saber, we also fight with the cutlass. Now, this is a training copy of that 1917 U.S. Naval cutlass. And notice that the inside of my fingers here have no protection by the guard. So you have to be careful. The reason this guard's cut away there, so that it can lay close against the body like this when seamen were carrying the cutlass. So it makes it more convenient to carry, but it takes away some of the protection. Now keep in mind, remember I told you that most people can only cut downward diagonal forehand or horizontal. Most people don't have a very effective backhand, so the guard was sufficient for most fights on board ships or in close quarters. But when you're posing a longer blade, an experienced swordsman, you have to keep in mind that there's limitations to your guard and you're vulnerable on the inside of your hand. And we're going to work with this in slow motion.
cut my arm. There again, just try to dominate center. They're getting across your guard.
You get across the guard.
You never know what kind of weapon you're going to be facing, so you need to get used to fighting people of different sizes and weapons of different sizes. When I'm training in my own personal training, I fight hand-to-hand with people from about 165 pounds up to about 325, and the whole gamut. It's the same thing in all of our edge weapon and impact training here. We go from everything from neck knives we fight with, clear up to pole arms. And the cutlass has some real advantages in close quarters, but in a big space like this against a longer saber, it has a definite reach disadvantage. But you have to get used to it. You don't know what weapon you're going to fight, so you need to be comfortable fighting all kinds of different weapons. And we're going to give you a little illustration of this. Whoa, you're going to cut me back. Thank you. It's hard for me to enter. As I try to come in, I'm fighting that length. It seems like a real barrier. There he went through my guard. Now, when Anthony extends his blade like that, and he holds it out here like this, right straight in front of you, like this, against my little cutlass, the reach is horrible. Okay, what I did to counter that, I pulled my hand back. Now I have to come in deeper, I have a chance to pick him off. So you have to adapt. That's more of a Filipino style sword method is what I just used. All right, just cut him in the hand. You see how easy it is to just come in here and pick off his fingers from relative safety. Just keep working now. Good. Anthony faded me high, took the body shot. Very good.
Aha! Very good.
What people don't realize about me is if you hit me, you get a strike or you hit me, that never discourages me. It just makes me want to fight harder. And payback is almost always right around the corner.
Ah!
Now, I just cut Anthony down the face and into his chest with my saber blade. Why? As I saw him start to prepare his attack, I knew that he was 10 inches shorter maybe than me in overall reach. So I stretched just a little bit and timed his attack and cut into it. This is what you have to be careful with a shorter weapon. It's hard to lead. It's hard to lead when your opponent has a much longer weapon. What you quite often have to do, just to switch. I'm not going to wear a mask for a second so I can talk. Don't you do this at home, it's very dangerous. I have to try to beat like that. I have to look for him to attack me and try to get something like this, Let's come on the other side. Like I'm here, maybe I've got to look for a thrust, but most of my stuff has to be a riposte. It's very hard for you to lead with a short weapon like the cutlass. But, like I said, you have to learn how to fight with it, because quite often, it's the best weapon for the small spaces you're going to be in. I think it's always a good idea when you're fighting with a saber and cutlass to fill your empty hand, if you can, with another weapon. A Bowie knife, a tomahawk, anything else that you can use to parry with can be of great comfort, and when used appropriately, it can help you win the fight. What you can't do is force the use of your secondary weapon. It has to happen in that moment of time that's just perfect. It should be incidental or accidental. You don't force it. You just let it naturally flow, and when opportunity presents itself, if you can pick up your opponent's blade with your secondary weapon, it gives you a good chance to score with your saber. There, I got a good touch on the inside. Now, the reason I got that touch is because the curved blade of the saber allowed me very easily just to move around here and stick it into the inside of his wrist. And people say that the curved blade doesn't thrust well. Circle. There was a good cut on Anthony's hand right there. As I backed up, as he came forward, I put my edge right in his hand. That would have cut the crap out of him. A skilled saber or cutlass swordsman or fencer is going to be loath to make a big arm motion, a big moulinet or any big cutting motion, because he exposes his arm for the stop hit, whether with the point or with the edge from his opponent. But in self-defense, quite often you're going to find enemies that do attack with big arm motions because they have no training and they don't even know that they're vulnerable when they make those big arm motions. If all you ever do is oppose people that fight the same way you do, you'll be very limited, and you're really going to have awakening if you get into an altercation on the street where people attack in all kinds of angles with broken rhythm and all kinds of unusual techniques because they're ignorant and you have never seen them. It's just like the boxer that all he sees is jab, cross, hook, and he gets in a street fight with someone that's really strong and really fit and really motivated, and he throws punches from every single angle and all kinds of broken rhythm. It's very difficult to deal with. We're going to practice dealing with big arm motions, big cuts, big thrusts, big motions. Anthony's going to oppose me with the Bowie knife and the saber, and I'm going to attack a little slower than normal so we can give a little instruction as we go along. There, he cut me back on my hip. Now, there my sword was totally out of place. I was down here. As he came in, I still parried. I used the back of my blade to lift and push him slightly to the side, like that. dropping your point down here is quite often a good idea. It goes around. You all right?
Partial, but good. Good.
There, he made a big arm motion. As he came up, he lifted his elbow. I put my point right in here. Now Anthony's going to feed me some big cuts just to help me work on my defense. We're going to go a little slower than we have been, and I'm just going to work on my defense. What you want to do here is you want to stand your ground. You don't want to run like this all the time because you're not going to get used to that pressure here so that you can come back and take the guy off. That's how we do it. That's how we do it when we're training. We try to go about 50%. Sometimes, you know, one of us gets smacked and there's a bruised finger, but if you show some kindness and consideration, you should be able to train rather, at about 50% speed and power with your aluminum saber with pretty good safety. Practice this at home often.